We're introducing pumps. And another one is to provide a kind of tunnel, a well, very deep well, where you allow this, this flood to go in. Thereafter, you now use pump to throw it into the lagoon.
With the increase in spate of indiscriminate dumping of waste in Lagos State, the mortality rate from pollution is set to witness a spike. In 2021, the State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said his administration has spent over 2 billion naira on the rehabilitation of dump sites across the state, while another 1 billion naira is being invested to provide the necessary infrastructure for waste management. If these projects have been carried out, residents are yet to witness the results or see an improvement in waste management.
We're seeing recurrent cases of Lassa fever. Lagos is not spared. Of course, the rats go there, eat, pick jams, transfer to people, and then the same thing now we're having monkeypox. So in reality, if we deal with the challenges of waste alone, I am sure that our health system will be good. Our health itself will be good. Now, when you now get to the waterways, plastic floating, dead animals floating, dead human being floating, microplastic dropping into the water, fish swallowing them, we eating the fish. It's a scandal. It's honestly a scandal. I think the more we put attention to the challenges of the environment and how waste is handled in this part of the world, the better for us. A mega city, 25 million people, still counting, and we cannot get waste right, waste disposal right. We're not ready.
The poor waste management system and then the flooding, they go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to ask, would you think this is a challenge for the government? Because then again, we have the rules, don't dump your waste, and every other thing that the state government puts in place, but then people do not obey this. So is this a challenge for the government? Would you say the government cannot handle its residents?
No. Just like every other society, these things are when you are trained for a long time. When you do something, when you are trained to do something, right from day one, you will comply. You will comply. We are not throwing our hands up into surrender. We are doing our work. We are not complaining. But we are doing advocacy. We are talking. We are having meetings. We go for retreats. We talk to Lagosians through radio and television. We will continue to do that until we get civilized in such a way that you cannot, when you finish your bottled water, through the window. We'll get to a time when people will not do it again. We'll get to a time when you not see, plastics on our roads, cellophane paper, this takeaway place, you will not see it.
Environmental pollution is not the only challenge residents face as a result of improper waste disposal. The rising issue of climate change, a resulting effect of human activities, has upset the balance of nature. Rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions, and intense droughts can wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. A visit to an environmentalist helps paint a clearer picture of the disaster that awaits Lagos State if nothing is done about the nonchalance of residents and the government.
In Lagos, we have a situation where dump sites are located or sited away from the community, but there is no restriction that halts urbanization to that located dump site. So, for example, there's a place called Yanoba. The place was located about 25 years ago, and it was far from city. But there was no restriction in terms of urbanization, urban development. Today, there are houses surrounding that dump site. So, health-wise, the people living around that place are not safe. That's one. The Olusosun dump site at Ojota, when it was located, houses were far from that place. It's a place that in those days, because the methane, when the heat from methane starts coming out, you see smoke coming out. You think they are burning the waste. They are not. It's the methane that is reacting. All right. So you see this is from distance. But today, houses have been built around that place, such that people who are living there, they are not safe. The water system is poisoned, it's not safe. All right, then the methane that comes out of that emits from that place, it's not safe for the humans living around there.
Lagos State generates 13,000 tons of waste daily, but not all of the waste ends up at designated dump sites. Some end up in canals, drains, and on the road.
In terms of management of the dump sites, usually in most countries, these things are kind of like privatized to companies who are genuinely involved in environmental activities, to experts who understand this thing, right? The government cannot do it alone. The government is expected to generate, to bring up, put up legislations. You know, they are supposed to be a kind of, they try to stabilize within the private sector and the public sector, right? But they are not expected to manage the dump sites. Professionals who understands the dangers and the kind of harmful chemicals that comes out of that dump site are supposed to manage the dump site. But here, an agency was created, Loma, to manage that dump site, okay? And those dump sites are not well managed. We gathered every year to discuss the environment issues in Lagos State. You know, we call it the Climate Change Summit, where a session is dedicated to waste management. It was during that particular period we introduced this idea of having separating waste. But ever since then, the advocacy on separation of waste has been poor. It has been put aside. So waste management in Lagos State now is poor. There was a time they made it mandatory for every house, every building to have a waste bins, the big bins. Then Loma produced all those things. Today, what do we have? Do we have them at all? People have to find a way to just get their waste sorted out somewhere. During the same time of Ashola, every last Saturday of the month was the Environmental Sanitation Day, where everybody in the community will meet and they will discuss and they will see what they can do. Okay, these are the issues, these are the community issues, how they dump their waste, if they are going to dig the floor, and you know, a lot of things they do. But since they cancelled the monthly sanitation, what has been happening? People pay less concern in terms of what happens within the environment, especially on waste disposal.
This sight and the smell being emitted and inhaled is a regular sight and way of life for Lagosians. Dumping waste at designated dump sites located around residential areas are a breeding ground for different sorts of contagious illnesses. Despite the fetid smell, trading activities take place around these dump sites, while motorists, passers-by, and residents close to the dump sites battle with the stench daily.
I'm not okay with it because I have breathing issue. Though I thank God that God is taking control. But this thing has affected me again after I got cured. So government should do something about it.
It has affected everybody around this place. Both residents, bypassers, everybody. Every living human being is being affected by this thick smoke here.
According to the World Health Organization, globally, almost 1 in 10 people are estimated to fall ill every year from eating contaminated food, while 420,000 die from foodborne diseases, which can be deadly, especially in children under 5 years of age, and out of the 420 deaths, 1/3 are children. The World Health Body also says making the environment healthier can prevent about 13 million deaths yearly and avoid 13% to 37% of the world's disease burden.
When these places have been contaminated with pollutants, with debris, it blocks the flow of water. And so because it blocks the flow of water, and this was originally a canal that would have served as a route for water to move, the water comes up and fill people's homes.
Sometimes when you see children with diarrhea, you battle and they die. You cry, you feel depressed. I remember in one of the situations, one of the instances, the baby was probably playing, a day before and got bad. The mother, they were trying to do what they like. But by the time they brought the baby, lady was bad. In the emergency room, the baby died.
The revelation by the medical practitioners raised some form of concern as I proceeded to the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board for an interview with the Permanent Secretary of the board, Ibrahim Akinwumi Mustafa, after an official request through a letter submitted at the office of the Permanent Secretary and series of calls and message exchanges with the Public Relations Officer of the board, Olumide Filani. My continuous request for an interview with the Permanent Secretary was turned down with jet lag as an excuse. The request for statistics of Lagos State residents who have been treated for cholera and other diseases contracted through food or water since the start of 2022 was also turned down, as I was informed that such data cannot be easily provided to me for reasons best known to the board.
Coming from weeks back where I was told I could get the statistics or the data, it seems like a failed day.
However, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, in its July 4th to 31st, 2022 report, citing routine case-based data and outbreak line lists retrieved by the National Cholera Technical Working Group, Lagos had 47 suspected cases of cholera, with 1 death. Also, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control states that as of July 31st, 2022, a total of 3,610 cholera cases, including 91 deaths, were reported from 31 states in Nigeria, and that as of September 16th, 2022, 1,087 suspected cholera cases, including 13 deaths, were reported in Nigeria. A sit-down interview with a public health expert on the way forward is next on the agenda as Dr. Ekanem narrates the poor living condition of Lagosians and its side effects.
I have managed a number of patients who had cholera. Some had hepatitis A, some had amoebic dysentery, and others had diarrhea. And of course, there are clear symptoms of this condition, like vomiting, stooling, of course, like abdominal pain, and many other symptoms that are characteristics of cholera or amoebic dysentery or hepatitis A. I've practically seen cases where people also have their foodstuff, their fruits and other things they sell, edible commodities, fall into gutters, fall into flood water, and they still pick it up and sell it to Lagosians. These are some of the things that are causing the myriads of diseases that we see in Lagos year in, year out. Have you wondered why Lagos is the epicenter of disease infection across the length and breadth of Nigeria? It's because of the poor drainage and the poor disposal of waste. Unfortunately, these are the things that we are experiencing in Lagos. This must stop, and for this to stop, we must improve our sewage disposal, we must improve the disposal of waste materials, and we must limit air pollution as much as possible.
Taking a walk around the surrounding of the health expert's residence, and you can tell the reason behind his passionate call for a cleaner Lagos.
I stay in Lagos, and I can tell you that in my location where I stay in Lagos, waste is not properly disposed. The gutters are very dirty, and there's no conscious effort to ensuring that Lagos is clean. We pay our dues as at when due, but unfortunately, the waste management agencies are not doing their work.
In July 2022, an unprecedented 2-day rainfall claimed the lives of 3 children of the same parents and 4 adults at the Mercy of Christ Apostolic Church in Lagos State. This is one of the many incidents that have transpired in the state, with many living in fear during the rainy season.
On the 8th day of that continuous rainfall, which was on a Sunday, the entire Lagos was flooded. And I have a personal friend who works with a bank who was called to come restore funds in the ATM machine. He went there and he was coming back with the wife, and they got their vehicles got taken over by the heavy flow of water, and they dumped them in the wide drainage along Bagada. And after 3 days, that was when they saw their bodies, and this person I'm talking about happens to be my account manager at the GT Bank as at then. So that's my own experience. There are a lot of experiences in Lagos that we have experienced, even in other cities as well. Drains, even in other cities outside Lagos State, where flooding has been responsible for, unnecessary and loss of life. And so that wasn't the only experience. In that particular year, about a total of 21 people died across Lagos State in different communities.
May we not have the kind of flooding we have in other climes, which will lead to the deaths of hundreds of people. There's one that almost 1,000 people died, I think either in Pakistan or so. First, government will sympathize with the people. This is a natural thing that we cannot prevent. You sympathize through empathy.
The National Emergency Management Agency says flood has claimed the lives of over 300 people in 2022, with the figure on the rise as bad roads and blocked drainages have led to increased flooding. A World Bank publication, Cost of Pollution in Lagos, estimates that illness and premature deaths due to ambient air pollution caused losses of $2.1 billion in 2018, representing 2.1% of the state's GDP. For the government, the environmental challenges residents face is no fault of theirs, but mainly that of the residents. Nigeria's commercial hub and former capital was ranked 171 out of 172 countries in the list of the world's second least livable urban area and worst city in Africa, leaving the city with its economic, political and security challenges to also dwell in a heap of waste. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Industry, one vote and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Welcome again to the newsroom. Here are some stories we're tracking at the moment. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has condemned the killing of the party's senatorial candidate for Enugu East, Uyibo Chukwu, calling for justice. Chukwu and his personal assistant were killed on Wednesday by gunmen who attacked his convoy, while some LP members were also murdered during the incident. In the wake of the assault, Obi described it as mindless bloodletting, which he added is depressing. Chukwu is the latest LP chieftain killed in the lead-up to the general elections. And the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Abdul Rashid Bawa, says the agency will question some persons over the return of the old Naira notes to banks. Speaking in an interview, Bawa said the anti-graft agency has not questioned anyone since the commencement of the Naira redesign policy, adding that over 500 billion Naira of the old Naira notes are yet to be returned to the Apex Bank. And diplomatic missions in Nigeria have called on political parties to take a stand against violence and hate speech by their supporters as the citizens go to the polls on Saturday. The missions, including the United States, Australia, Japan, Norway, Canada, and the United Kingdom, in a statement on Thursday, commended the signing of the second peace accord by the presidential candidates. They also appealed to all candidates and political parties to live up to their commitments under the peace accord to accept the results of the elections as announced by INEC. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the flu vaccine has been 68% effective at preventing hospitalizations in children, but has been less protective for seniors this season. Flu cases surged last fall after 2 years in which the virus circulated at low levels due to the masking and social distancing measures put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic. Oil prices edged up on Thursday after Brent crude posted its biggest single-day loss in 7 weeks the day before, as market players reassessed positions after the U.S. Federal Reserve stoked worries about the economy by suggesting further rate hikes ahead. Brent crude futures rose 37 cents to $80 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate crude futures advanced 32 cents to $74 a barrel. Both benchmarks lost more than $2 in the previous trading day on expectations of more aggressive interest rate increases. On the global scene, the man who shot dead Grammy-winning rapper Nipsey Hussle on a Los Angeles street in 2019 has been jailed for at least 60 years. A jury found Holder had acted with premeditation as he fired at Hussle at least 10 times following a dispute between the two men over claims the assailant was snitching to the police. Los Angeles County Superior Court Judge H. Clay Jack sentenced Holder to a minimum of 25 years for the killing, with an additional 25 years because a gun was used in the crime, and another 10 years for shooting and wounding 2 other men who were nearby. And in sports, the junior Pharaohs of Egypt have suffered a 1-0 loss to the Flying Eagles of Nigeria in their Group A encounter at the Africa Under-20 Nations Cup Group AFCON. The hosts were held to a goalless draw by Mozambique in the tournament opener and now sit in third place with a solitary point ahead of Saturday's must-win match against high-flying Senegal. From the newsroom, join us again at the top of the hour for more updates. Thank you for watching.
Disobedience to court is a very bad precedent by any government, as there is no society that can prosper through lawlessness. Buhari and the Whalers. 4 months after he was sworn in as president, President Buhari promised to abide by the rule of law and insisted that his government would not tolerate anybody undermining the rule of law. But however, few months to the tail end of this administration, the president and his government has disobeyed more than 40 court orders, according to Dr. Kolawole Olaniyan, lawyer to Amnesty International. In August 2018, while declaring open the 58th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Abuja, President Buhari shocked his audience when he attacked the rule of law by declaring that the right of Nigerians must always take a second place when national security and public interests are concerned. His Attorney General, Malemi, was also quoted to have said the rule of law is what the authorities or the government determine it to be. Only Nigeria. In 2015, just come on this journey, Sambo Dasuki, former national security advisor to former President Goodluck Jonathan, was charged for allegedly diverting 2.1 billion and illegal possession of firearms, $2.1 billion. Despite being granted bail on at least 6 different occasions by various courts, including the ECOWAS courts, President Buhari persistent refused to comply with order. His government and the DSS refused to comply with the order. Nigerians complained. The opposition kicked. Even as the economy, in spite of all of this, the economy was biting harder. But trust them, the APC and Buhari supporters called whoever complained a whaler and a beneficiary of corruption. The government and the SSS severally disobeyed court order of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Mazina Kanu's bail and accessed by his legal team and family members, including the recent one by a 3-man panel of the Court of Appeal Abuja that ruled that Nnamdi Kanu's rendition from Kenya by the Nigerian government was illegal. Anybody that complained was labeled a bad loser, whaler, or even IPOB. Enza Zaki Uko, he was arrested by the military on December 14, 2015, after a clash between his child group and officers of the Nigerian Army, where at least 347 members of this group were killed. Trust, this is Nigeria. Nobody was prosecuted for the killing, yet he was detained without trial for 17 months. His groups, as usual, took to the streets, mass protests. The opposition called on the government to comply with court orders granting him bail. Nigerians shouted that President Buhari was sliding into a full-blown dictator. But alas, the APC and Buhari supporters called whoever complained a whaler and insisted that Buhari was in order. In July 2016, the Supreme Court gave an order reaffirming the nullification of the 2006 controversial transfer of the aluminum smelting company Ascom to a Russian firm, despite the clear provisions of Section 287 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that clearly states that all court's order and judgment must be obeyed by all and sundry. The Buhari administration once again disobeyed the court order, and whoever complained was called a whaler and a beneficiary of corruption. Trust Nigerians. How about my very good friend, brother, Omoyole Sowore, the publisher of Sahara Reporter? A former and current presidential aspirant was arrested by the DSS in August 2019. And despite a Federal High Court order granting him bail, the SSS bluntly refused to release him. When we complained, APC supporters, including those who once eulogized Sowore as a hero when he criticized government of Jonathan, suddenly said, Sowore won't say done too much. Buhari means well. Whalers are just complaining and making issues out of nothing. How about judges' houses that were invaded at midnight in a Gestapo-like manner in 2018? And the Chief Justice of the Federation was removed from office arbitrarily via an ex parte order because the government, of course, wasn't comfortable with his independent-mindedness. Lawyers, the media, and politicians were divided on the matter. But APC and Buhari supporters taunted anybody when complained. They say you be whaler or a beneficiary of corruption. That you're angry that Buhari has removed your hand from the cookie jar. In 2018, the Federal High Court in Abuja directed the federal government to set the debt limit as provided for by Section 42(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. The judgment was never obeyed, and those when complained were called whalers. In 2021, Justice Stephen Palm of the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt stopped the Federal Land Revenue (FRS) from collecting VAT and held that it was constitutionally the role of state government to do so. Despite dismissing the application by the FRS for stay of execution pending appeal, the federal government never obeyed that order for one day. How about the court order by Justice Mohammed Idris of the Federal Court Abuja directing the federal government to publish details of the spending of recovered funds by successive governments since 1999? This order, uncle, entered voicemail and was never obeyed. If you talk about Navy Captain Dada Labinjo, who was allegedly detained in an underground detention facility by DIA in Abuja from September 12, 2018, despite the court order for his bail by his lawyer, Femi Falana, the order was flaunted, and APC and Buhari supporters said anybody that complained was a whaler and didn't mean well for Nigeria. After all, in the eyes of APC then, Buhari can do no wrong. Now that Buhari has redesigned the Naira note and phased out the 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira note without regard to the Supreme Court order requesting parties to maintain status quo or allow both old and new note to coexist, pending the determination of a matter submitted for adjudication. That's Supreme Court. The table has turned 360. And like in 2018 and 2019 on the Chief Justice matter, the lawyers, the media, politicians, and Nigerians are divided on the matter. Well, depending on the political party they belong to. The APC now is complaining bitterly and insisting that the president must obey court orders, while the PDP and Labour Party opposition parties have been praising Buhari to high heavens and taunting anybody that complained as a whaler and proposed election riggers. As you now hear, the bushmeat don't catch the hunter. There's protests everywhere across the country. The economy is dwindling and things are getting harder. The hitherto whalers are now the hailers, while the real hailers have been turned into the whalers. I will therefore advocate, in democracy where the constitution is supreme and responsibility are clearly spelled out, in order for the constitution to work, you must have law-abiding people and a government willing to obey the constitution, and a people ready and willing to hold the government accountable, irrespective of party loyalty or affiliation. When you encourage your government to disobey court order because it doesn't affect you, or because it affects you, it favors you, you are indirectly setting a precedent that encourages impunity and will eventually snowball into anarchy and dictatorship. By that time, just pray that country will every day for you to govern. Well, this will be a good place to rest this matter for now. Until next week, kindly follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. And remember, as you go out to the polls, please, I beg of you, remain peaceful. Support your candidate. Don't be intimidated and don't intimidate others. Politicians won't die for you. So remain alive to live your life. See you next week.
Hi, I'm Ayofel Larinde. I'm a visual artist and a photographer, but I major mainly in scribble art, which I see as an art form born out of frustration. My very first scribble painting was done based on frustration. I was at Artist Connect in 2015 where I was challenged to actually do an art piece, and I felt really frustrated because around that time I was just using pencil to work and I was handed a pen to draw. So I just started doing jaga jaga, trying to find something from it, and then along the line I realized I was actually just making sense. I could see a face in the painting I was doing. So I realized that there was something called scribble arts later on when I researched on what I'd done at the Artist Connect. Scribble art, basically, like I said, is an art form born out of frustration and me wanting to accept myself, me just accepting my flaws, and me also creating sense out of nonsense and using disharmony to actually form harmony. So it's more of like me joining crooked lines together to actually make sense. It's just wobbling lines around to actually form something, to actually arrive at a point. I can remember far back as secondary school in SS1. I was in biology. I was a science student in biology class then. I needed to like make some extra money for pocket money. I was in the boarding house then, and I could draw from my textbook. I could imitate things I could see. So my friends used to give me their works, biology assignments, to draw skeletons and everything. So like most times whenever we have assignments, I'm the one they come to. So I used to do it, and then I got into trouble. The biology teacher caught me, realized that all the works were looking alike, and then she called me to the staff room. Around that time, the visual arts teacher too was around, so like he saw what was going on and was like, this girl can draw, she can even shade. Okay, she should actually come around to the visual arts class. So I enrolled for the visual art vocational studies then. I was doing science and I was also doing art on the side. So I started developing interest because art to me was just for fun. I didn't really know that I had the gift. I just knew that, okay, I could just draw things, and I realized that most of the times when I draw, it was basically from what I was feeling at that time, or basically because I just wanted to feel good. So yeah, that was basically how I started doing art. Initially, my inspiration basically was only from myself. I was inspired by my own journey through life, but along the line, I started gaining more interest in things around me. I started gaining more interest in history. I gained more interest in my environment. I gained interest in my friends, like their stories, and yeah, governments too. I get interested. I'm interested in politics, the political aspects of Nigeria and the world as a whole. Achievement. Okay, first off, I think being an artist first is an achievement for me because people are destined, people are born for greatness, yes, and people have been given different skills. Some people do hairdressing, some people do makeup, some people dance and all of that, but I'm really thankful to God for this gift that I have, which is art. So I see that as an achievement because it consoles me, it fills me up. And then secondly, I was nominated for the Future Awards Africa last year, which was very, very surprising because I was nominated beside the people I see as my bosses. So like being around those people and being the youngest amongst them was quite overwhelming. And then I got some other nominations from Leading Women's Africa. I was 1 out of 100 Leading Women's Africa, most inspiring women in the world. So like that's like the major highlights for like the awards I've won. There's also the one for creativity, most creative students in the whole of Unilag. There's one for most creative students in Africa, and yeah. Weirdly, I actually don't even count the number of artworks, but I have a list which I used to collate them. But I would say in my lifetime, I would say that I've created more than 500 works. I dance. Before I started doing art, I used to dance. Actually, dancing was my first love. I used to dance professionally, but I had to stop because my parents didn't see it as a career as much as also the way they didn't see art as a career. So I had to just stop dancing, but it's something that I still wish to go back. And aside dancing, I also am a photographer. I take pictures. I also do short films. Scribble art is something that I have mastered over time. It's something that I've practiced. Something that I can even do in my sleep, not even exaggerate. So like most times it's really not difficult because I'm the kind of person who sees or who gains inspiration from dreams. So there are sometimes when I'm asleep and then ideas just come and next thing I wake up, I draw. I already know what I want to do. And then there are times when it is actually very difficult, times when my works actually challenge me. I do some particular works and it speaks to me in ways that I can't even explain. So times like that, I give the piece a particular period, say a year, before I go back to it. So there are times when my pieces challenge me, like when I'm doing something very personal. For example, when I had an artwork done for my biological dad, it was really attacking because it just laid down questions that I couldn't answer personally. A scribble artist, my own process is, right, there's no direct path. It's usually in a scribbled form. Scribbled form is meaning it's a jaga form. Because I'm seen as a jaga artist, like I said. They see me as one person that just does nonsense to actually make sense. So most times I twist and twirl before I actually make a point. Twist and twirl in the sense that I can decide to just get the sketchbook and then from a point I'm doing jargons all over, just doing jargons, not making any sense. And then it gets to a point where I actually realize what I am trying to do, the message I'm trying to pass across, and then I start building on that particular piece. So from that point, I'm already forming an image. I never finish an artwork. I never see it as a finished work. I feel like whenever I create an art piece, there's always going to be a continuation. And most times, it is when people get to buy the works off me that I call it finished because I no longer have it in my possession. But sometimes I break down pieces into series because I can't finish one on a particular canvas. So I have to continue on another canvas. That is where that's why there's need for collection or series when I'm working. So, for example, my Igbo landing works, this one behind me here, it's actually a series, a 5-in-1 series. Jean-Michel Basquiat actually indirectly influences my style. He's a new expressionist. I also have interest in expressionism. I like his method, and I feel like his approach towards creating has influenced me in so many ways because, like I said earlier, I basically just approach the canvas and I see drawing on the canvas as me learning. I see it as an opportunity to learn. So whenever I draw, whenever I scribble, it's more like I'm actually learning. So that is how it is for Basquiat. So whenever he approaches his canvas, he just basically scribbles paints around. He scribbles paints around, and while doing that, he figures out some things about what he's doing. So I think that's the same thing because I see art as a learning process. So he has impacted me in that form. Although Basquiat is dead, but yeah, I still look up to him a lot. Challenges I faced as an artist. At first it was acceptance. I was really chasing acceptance, and I realized at the point when I started getting accepted, I started losing myself because I wasn't, basically it felt like I was just doing works just to please people, just to please people's satisfactions. And around that time I was doing that because I was doing realism works. I was drawing faces realistically. And then I realized I wanted something more, and in the process I started doing my own thing. I started doing scribble art. So yeah, at first it was acceptance, then there was the financial aspect. I mean, it takes a lot to get art materials, it takes a lot to get a studio. I got the studio late last year with my friend Bayo, which I currently share with. There's also the whole art scene in Nigeria. It's not so encouraging because I feel like they keep recycling old artists or dead artists, and they are actually emerging artists doing so well. I have friends around that practice so well, they practice so hard, the works actually speaks to me and it speaks to a lot of people, and I feel like there should be room for them too, but it's kind of not so easy because there's politics everywhere, there's politics in the art scene. My plans actually change over time because I'm human, I grow, and I realize that sometimes I actually want stuff bigger and sometimes I want stuff a little more subtle, right? So currently I would like to actually have a hub where people like me wouldn't get the opportunity to create, wouldn't get the opportunity to study what they wanted to study, can actually come around and feel at home. People who probably find themselves doing things they really don't want to do can actually come home and meet other people, network, create. So there's going to be an art school, there's going to be a dance school, basically a creative hub where people can come around and learn. So that is like my dream. I would like to own a hub where people can do that, expose new talents, encourage them. And currently I've started doing that little by little with my NGO. It's called Charity with Arts. We go to the streets or we go to orphanages and then we teach kids how to draw. We don't only just feed them or give them clothes, we also teach them, because I feel like once you have a skill, you already have a weapon, or you have your passport to the world, like to travel the world. So basically we just impact that knowledge and get them to practice more.
Force Operation Harenkai in the northeast zone of the country conducted various offensive operations in villages, mountains, roads and towns in Goza, Bama, Gobio, Bio. Dikwa, Mongunu, and Konduga local government areas of Borno State, as well as Mubi in Mubi local government area of Adamawa State. Several raid, fighting patrols, and ambush operations were conducted to curb the activities of terrorists and other criminal elements within the joint operational area. Notably, between 8 and 13 February 2023, troops, while acting on credible intelligence, ambushed Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists at locations within Goza, Mafa, and Bama local government areas of Borno State. At all these locations, troops made contacts with the terrorists, during which 10 terrorists were neutralized while others fled in disarray with gunshot wounds. Troops exploited the general areas and recovered 6 AK-47 rifles, 38 rounds of 7.62mm special, 71 rounds of 45mm ammunition, 50 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 5 den guns, 4 AK-47 rifle magazine, 4 motorcycles, 2 pairs of desert camouflage, 28 bundles of mats, clothing materials, medical supplies, and Bafeng radios, among other sundry items. Equally, troops, while on fighting patrol between 9th and 21st February 2023, made contact with Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists at villages within Goza, Jere, and Bama local government areas of Borno State. During this engagement, troops neutralized 7 of the terrorists, while others fled with severe gunshot wounds. Troops also recovered 2 AK-47 rifles loaded with 10 rounds of 7.62mm special ammunition. Other items recovered are 3 den guns, medical supplies, mobile phone, motorcycles, clothing materials, among other items. Furthermore, between 9th and 20th February 2023, troops arrested 11 Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorist logistics suppliers at several locations within Borno and Adamawa State. Items recovered from them included assorted clothing materials, medical supplies, large quantity of items suspected to be hard drugs, livestock, 138 jerrycans of premium motor spirit, and other sundry items. Also, on 11 February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to a distress call on the activities of terrorists in Malam Maja in Dikwa local government area of Borno State. However, the terrorists fled on sighting troops. The general area was exploited and troops rescued 20 abducted civilians. Consequently, within the weeks in focus, troops in the northeast zone of the country recovered 17 AK-47 rifles, 9 den guns, 12 AK-47 rifle magazines, 86 rounds of 7.62mm special, 71 rounds of 45mm ammunition, and 145 rounds of 7.62mm NATO. Other items recovered include 132 jerrycans of premium motor spirit, 6 motorcycles, 1 vehicle, medical supplies, livestock, 28 bundles of mats, assorted clothing materials, mobile phones, and other sundry items. Troops equally neutralized 27 terrorists and arrested 18 logistic suppliers, spies, and informants of the terrorists at different locations within the theater, as well as rescued 20 abducted civilians, while a total of 252 Boko Haram terrorists and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists and members of their family, comprising 24 adult male, 79 adult female, and 150 children surrendered to own troops at different locations within the theater of operation. All recovered items, rescued civilians, and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action, while the surrendered Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists and members of their families are being profiled for further action. Relatively, the air component of Operation Harankai conducted several air interdiction operations against terrorist enclave and logistics base in support of the ground troops. Notably, on 13 February 2023, following intelligence reports that revealed the gathering of some wanted terrorist top commanders and leaders who had assembled at Mandara Mountains to re-strategize on their terrorist activities. Consequently, an air interdiction operation was carried out at the location. Feedback revealed that the airstrike dealt a massive blow on the terrorists, as several of the terrorists were reported to have been neutralized, including some key commanders, while others escaped with severe injuries. A similar operation was conducted in Wuye Fishing Pound area of Borno State, following the sighting of about 50 terrorists in the general area. The location was subsequently bombarded and several of the terrorists were neutralized in the airstrike. Equally, on 19 February 2023, an air interdiction operation was conducted at identified terrorist enclave at Tumbuktu Triangles in Damboa local government area of Borno State. The operation was carried out following intelligence reports that revealed the stockpiling of weapons and supplies at the Timbuktu Triangle to sustain the Islamic State of West African Province and Boko Haram terrorist activities. It was further revealed that the location is one of the enclaves from which the terrorists launched attack against the Maiduguri Damboa general area. Hence, the location was bombarded and reliable feedback revealed that several of the terrorists were neutralized and their weapons and structures destroyed in the airstrike. In the same vein, another air interdiction operation was conducted at identified Islamic State of West African Province terrorist enclave in Baraga and Dogon Chukum, both in the southern and northern Tumbus on 20th February 2023. At these locations, intelligence revealed that terrorists were converging and massing up to plan attacks in the general area. Consequently, the location were targeted and bombarded. Reliable reports confirmed that several of the terrorists were neutralized in the airstrike. Now to the North Central Zone. Troops of Operation Safe Haven, as well as other operations in the North Central Zone, have sustained the offensive against terrorists and other criminal elements in their general area of operations. In furtherance to this, operational activities were conducted at different locations and villages within Jos South, Wase, and Bokos local government area of Plateau State. Other locations, as well as other locations within the theater of operations. Notably, within 16th and 18th February 2023, troops on patrol responded to a distress call on the kidnapping incident at Kwanyang Fulani along Jos Abuja Road in Jos South local government area of Plateau State. Troops mobilized to the location and engaged the criminals in a firefight who fled. Troops searched the general area and rescued 10 abducted civilians. Troops equally engaged some criminal elements in Yelwan Nono village in Bokos local government area of Plateau State who fled in disarray, during which 4 civilians were also rescued. Troops also responded to robbery activities at Anguldil village in Jos South local government area of Plateau State on the same day. Troops mobilized to the location and made contact with the criminals who equally fled. Troops mobilized the general area and recovered 1 fabricated rifle, 1 pistol, and 76 rustled cattle. Troops also, on 9 February 2023, while on a checkpoint duty at Katsina Ala of Benue State, intercepted a vehicle and arrested 2 suspected gun runners. Troops recovered 1 FN rifle with a fully loaded magazine, 1 pump-action gun, a motorcycle, and 3 mobile phones. Accordingly, within a week in review, troops recovered 1 FN rifle with a fully loaded magazine, 1 pump-action 3 locally fabricated rifle, 5 rounds of 7.62mm special, 4 locally fabricated pistol, 3 motorcycles, 8 mobile phones, 7 bags of substance suspected to be Indian hemp, 76 Russell cattle and other sundry items. Troops equally neutralized 1 criminal, arrested 18 suspected criminals, and rescued 14 abducted civilians. All recovered items, arrested suspects, and rescued civilians have been handed over to relevant authorities for further action. Now we look at the northwest zone of the country. Troops of Operation Harold Daji and other operations have continued to sustain their dominance over the menace of terrorists and other criminal elements in the northwest zone of the country. Precisely between 9th and 12th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to information on terrorist activities in Giwa, Birnin-Gwari, and Zango-Kata local government areas of Kaduna State. In these operations, troops made contact with the terrorists, and following the firefight, troops neutralized 5 terrorists, while others fled with gunshot wounds. Troops equally exploited the general area and recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 1 locally fabricated rifles loaded with 37 rounds of 7.62mm special, magazine carrier, 3 motorcycles, mobile phones, among other sundry items, while 7 abducted civilians were also rescued during these operations. In the same vein, between 16th and 19th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to terrorist activities in Tumba and Ghana Kambas Sawa village in Sabon Birni local government area of Sokoto State. During the engagement, troops neutralized 4 terrorists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle and 3 motorcycles, as well as rescued 13 civilians earlier kidnapped by the terrorists. Similarly, the troops of Operation Wild Punch on 4th February 2023 responded to information on the presence of Boko Haram terrorists and Islamic State of West African province terrorist Kingpin at Damba community in Chukum local government area of Kaduna State. Subsequently, troops mobilized to the location and arrested 3 terrorists. One of the terrorists arrested was identified as one of the mastermind of the 20th March 2022 terrorist attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train services. Following the operation, troops recovered 2 motorcycles, 2 mobile phones, and the sum of $5,000, as well as other currencies and sundry items. Also on 16 February 2023, troops on fighting patrol made contact with terrorists at Ngwambiri in Kujuru local government area of Kaduna State. Following the firefight, troops neutralized 7 terrorists while others fled. Troops exploited the general area and recovered 83 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 50 rounds of 7.62mm special, 7 magazines, 5 motorcycles, and 3 mobile phones, among other items. Also on 20th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol to Ghana Oil village in Bogu local government area of Niger State recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, 4 magazines, 66 rounds of 7.62mm special ammunition, and 7 Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African province terrorist flags. Consequently, within the weeks in review, troops in the northwest zone of the country recovered 10 AK-47 rifles, 83 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 238 rounds of 7.62mm special, 2 locally fabricated rifles, 1 locally fabricated pistol, 7 magazines, 19 motorcycles, mobile phones, 30 Russell cattle, and other sundry items. Troops also neutralized 23 terrorists and arrested 9, as well as rescued 23 adopted civilians. All recovered items, rescued civilians were handed over to relevant authorities for further action, while arrested terrorists were documented for further action. Equally, the air component of Operation Hazard Daji conducted a series of air interdiction operations to disseminate and deny the terrorists freedom of action within the zone. Specifically, on 13th February 2023, an air interdiction operation was conducted based on intelligence report on terrorist gathering for a wedding ceremony at a location within Safana local government area of Katsina State. Feedback recorded that several of the terrorists were neutralized in the airstrike. Another air interdiction operation was conducted at identified terrorist location within Kanakara and Batsari local government area in Katsina State. Feedback revealed that several terrorists were neutralized in both airstrikes. In another development, the air component of Operation Wise Punch on 14th February 2023 equally conducted air interdiction operations at identified terrorist locations in Riwaya in Kaduna State. The locations was observed to be active with terrorist activities. Accordingly, the identified targets were engaged and bombarded, destroying several of the terrorists and neutralizing several of the terrorists and destroying their structures. Now to the South-South zone. Troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Delta Safe and other operations in the South-South region of the country have continued to sustain the war against oil theft, illegal refinery, and other criminal activities in the Niger Delta through aggressive patrols, raids, and clearance operations, among other activities. Operations were conducted at the creeks, waterway, high sea towns, cities of Bayelsa, Delta, and Rivers State, respectively, which yielded appreciable results. Precisely on 11 February 2023, troops raided and identified criminal houses at different locations within Isoko South local government area of Delta State and arrested 8 suspects. Troops also recovered 10 den guns, 1 GPMG belt with 112 rounds of 7.62 millimeter NATO ammunition, 340 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special, 2 AK-47 magazine, 3 G3 rifle magazine, 1 pair of woodland camouflage with berets, 8 mobile phones, Boafeng radios, substance suspected to be hard drugs, and other sundry items. On the same day, troops raided and identified notorious criminal hideouts who has been on the wanted list of troops at Abu Abo local government area of Rivers State, who fled on sighting troops. Troops searched the general area and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle with a magazine loaded with 10 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special ammunition. Additionally, troops of Operation Delta Safe in the conduct of Operation Octopus Grip and other operations in the South-South zone of the country within the weeks in review recovered and destroyed 61 illegal refining sites, 289 storage tanks, 167 ovens, 19 dugout pits, and 13 wooden boats. Troops equally recovered 250,500 liters of automotive gas oil, 75,000 liters of crude oil, 2,000 liters of premium motor spirits, 20 assorted weapons, 359 variety of ammunition, 10 vehicles, 2 speedboats, 2 pumping machines, and 2 outboard engines, while a total of 142 suspected criminals were also arrested. All recovered items and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. It is worthy to note that the sum of 222,338,430 naira were denied oil theft within the week under review. Equally, the air component of Operation Delta Safe carried out a series of air interdiction operations within the theater of operation that recorded some remarkable achievements. Notably, on 9 February 2023, an air interdiction operation was conducted at Boku, Bokiri, and identified illegal oil refinery sites and refining tanks and reservoirs loaded with suspected illegal refined products were seen and bombarded. After the airstrike, it was observed that an explosion took off, which burned down the storage tanks and reservoirs in that location. Now to the southeast zone of the country. Troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Udoka in the southeast zone of the country have sustained the fight against the outlaw indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorists aimed at restoring peace and normalcy in the zone. Notably, on 19 February 2023, troops made contact with the terrorists while responding to an attack on a location along Umulere, Onitsha Road. Following the engagement, troops neutralized 5 terrorists, arrested 2 and recovered 1 AK-56 rifle, 1 M70 AB2 rifle, 2 loaded magazines, explosive, 1 vehicle, among other items. Troops equally had a meeting engagement with the criminals between 13th and 18th February 2023 at a location within Okigwe local government area of Imo State. The operation was carried out based on an intelligence report about the regrouping of the terrorists at that location. During the encounter, troops neutralized 1 terrorist while others fled. However, troops exploited the general area and recovered 5 rounds of 7.62mm special, 19 cartridges, 2 locally handheld explosive, large quantity of substance suspected to be hard drugs, and other sundry items. Also, troops in conjunction with other security agencies raided several identified indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorist camp within Ihiala local government area of Anambra State. Following the encounter in these operations, troops neutralized 2 terrorists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle loaded with 14 rounds of 7.62mm special, 8 motorcycles, 3 vehicles, mobile phones, among other items. Troops equally arrested 13 of the terrorists. Equally, troops between 19th and 20th February 2023 responded to the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorist attack on Oyi and Onitsha South local government area in Anambra State. In both incidences, troops made contact with the terrorists, and following the firefight, troops neutralized 8 terrorists while others fled. Troops also recovered 5 AK-47 rifle, 1 pump-action rifle, 7 cartridges, 2 vehicles, 1 petrol bomb, among other items. Also, troops in conjunction with the Department of State Services on 8 February 2023 arrested 2 suspected gun runners in Anambra and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle with 3,985 rounds of 7.62mm special ammunition buried in a shallow trench. Consequently, within the week in focus, troops recovered 9 AK-47 rifle, 1 M70 AB2 rifle, 1 AK-56 rifle, 1 pump-action rifle, 3,924,000 rounds of 7.62mm special, 20 cartridges, explosive, mobile phones, 10 motorcycles, 14 vehicles, and other sundry items. Troops also neutralized 18 indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorists, while arresting 18, including a high-profile gun runner. All recovered items and apprehended terrorists have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. Equally, the air component of Operation Udoka conducted all interdiction operations in response to intelligence reports on the activities of the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorists at a high ground within Ihiala local government area of Anambra State. The location was observed to be active with terrorist activities with various structures as well as their flag hoisted in the location. Subsequently, the target was bombarded, neutralizing several terrorists as well as destroying their structure. finally to the southwest zone of the country. Troops of Operation Awase in the southwest region of the country have continued to clamp down on the activities of criminal elements within the general area of operation. Between 15th and 17th February 2023, troops in conjunction with other security agencies carried out raid operations to identify criminal hideout in Akala community and Ajah general area in Mushi and Etiosa local government area of Lagos State. During the operations, troops arrested 110 suspected drug peddlers comprising of 96 male and 5 female, as well as recovered assorted substances suspected to be hard drugs and the sum of 82,000 naira only, among other sundry items. At Akala community, while 16 suspects were also arrested in the raid at a hideout in Ajah general area, all in Lagos State. Items recovered from the suspects include axes, cutlasses, hammers, jackknife, large quantity of substance suspected to be hard drug, and the sum of 700,000 naira only, among other items. Operational activities were also conducted in Ondo, Oyo, Osun, Ogun, and Ekiti states. Consequently, within the weeks in review, troops arrested 117 suspected drug peddlers, 34 suspected criminals, large quantity of suspects suspected to be hard drugs, as well as the sum of 782,000 naira only was also recovered. All recovered items and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. On a final note, I wish to once again convey the Military High Command commendation on their troops and other security agencies' efforts in the various theater of operations across the country. The media community is also acknowledged in their partnership and continued cooperation with the military and other security agencies in our quest to restore peace and security to our dear country. Also, the entire populace is hereby appreciated for their support given to the armed forces and other security agencies in the conduct of our various operations across the country, while also urging them to continue to provide prompt and credible information on the activities of terrorists and other criminal elements in their respective areas. Thank you all for your attention, and God bless you all.
Nigeria's constitution, like America's,
begins with a simple and profound idea: we the people.
And during this election, you, the people of Nigeria, have a chance to make your voices heard, to choose your future.
The United States does not support any individual candidate for office.
But we strongly support a peaceful election
that reflects the will of the people of Nigeria.
Because free and fair elections in Nigeria help create a freer and fairer world for everyone.
Your vote matters. This election matters, not only to Nigerians, but to the rest of the world.
We're invested in your success. Our shared democratic futures depend on it.
Go to inecnigeria.org to prepare to vote, because your voice matters.
The Nigerian people have a friend and partner in the United States of America.
Thank you for staying with us on the newsroom here. The latest stories we're tracking at the moment. A 300-level student of Benue State University, Erika Naomi Doshima, has been found dead a few days after she was declared missing. On Tuesday, a Benue State activist, Ukan Kuru, raised an alarm over the whereabouts of the students, revealing the identity card, phone and blood-stained clothes were found in Makurdi, the state capital. In a follow-up development, Kuru said the lady's corpse was found in a fenced land in Makurdi and was exhumed by police operators. The state police spokesperson, Sewose Anene, who confirmed the development, said an investigation is ongoing to get more details on the incident. And ahead of Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections, security agencies, including the armed forces, police and the Department of State Services, among others, have vowed to deal with anyone who attempts to subvert the general elections. At a joint conference in Abuja, the Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tuku Gusso, said security agencies are prepared to use strong force on anyone caught and are determined to ensure the conduct of peaceful general elections. The Force Police Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Dijobi, added that the restriction of movement from midnight on Friday until after the election on Saturday will be strictly enforced and warned non-voters to stay away from polling units. And the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, says President Muhammadu Buhari has not acted in breach of the Supreme Court's injunction restraining the federal government from imposing a deadline on the use of the old Naira notes. Speaking at the 67th ministerial briefing at the State House on Thursday, the AGF said there are multiple ways around the order of the Supreme Court. On February 8, the Apex Court issued an injunction restraining the Central Bank of Nigeria from giving effect to the deadline on the use of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes following an ex-parte application brought before the court by three northern states, Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states. And Qantas has announced half-year profits of more than $1.4 billion and a dramatic turnaround of the airline's fortunes since last year. It comes after the company lost more than $7 billion when Australia imposed strict travel rules. Chief Executive Alan Joyce said revenue had tripled for over 6 months to the end of December to almost $10 billion as pandemic travel restrictions were eased. And Air Peace has announced that flight operations will be suspended on February 25 as a result of the general elections. The airline disclosed this in a statement revealing that due to the conduct of the presidential and National Assembly elections, flight operations will be halted for a day. The airline company, however, revealed that flight operations will resume on February 26. On a global scene, at least 96 people have been killed in more than 2 weeks of clashes between security forces and clan members in the breakaway Somali region of Somaliland. A hospital director in the contested town of Las Anod said 96 had died and 560 have been wounded. Meanwhile, the United Nations says more than 185,000 people have been displaced by the violence. And in sports, Erik ten Hag has met with Alex Ferguson ahead of Manchester United's Europa League clash against Barcelona on Thursday, admitting his side needs to produce their best performance of the season to progress. The European heavyweights go toe-to-toe in the return leg of their playoff at a packed Old Trafford after a trailing 2-2 draw last week, with the winner progressing to the last 16. The Red Devils have made huge strides under new manager Ten Hag this season, but the Dutchman says the litmus test of his team's progress is winning silverware. That's all on the newsroom. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the Creative Director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste. And I realized that each time we meet a new person, and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the waste museum, and we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it, and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you, and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with waste. So the reception has been interesting. Has been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animal, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we have hotels, we have rooms, we have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste. Plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedrooms, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day Competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized, by the grace of God, in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the building. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waste. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking this question. Why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions. And then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. I know art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new, because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trying a trial and error. We will fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you, waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste. And it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. if you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it is not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
Nigeria's constitution, like America's,
begins with this simple and profound idea: we the people.
And during this election, you, the people of Nigeria, have a chance to make your voices heard, to choose your future.
The United States does not support any individual candidate for office.
But we strongly support a peaceful election
that reflects the will of the people of Nigeria.
Because free and fair elections in Nigeria help create a freer and fairer world for everyone.
Your vote matters. This election matters, not only to Nigerians, but to the rest of the world.
We're invested in your success. Our shared democratic futures depend on it.
Go to inecnigeria.org to prepare to vote, because your voice matters.
The Nigerian people have a friend and partner in the United States of America.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no history, land vote rumor, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sports. And definitely today will be another enticing and interesting day. My name is Mudashiru Shitu, and I will be talking about one of the fastest growing sports in the country, and that's chess. But I won't be doing this alone. I have, honored to have the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation as Prince Adewale Adeyinka, who has done so well for chess in the country, and we'll be talking about the development of chess. And there's one particular, we'll be also looking at one particular chess tournament that is taking the city of Lagos by storm. talking about the Kappa City chess tournament. It's good to have you in the house.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here again.
It's really honored to have, should I say, the second most important person staying the affairs of chess in the country.
The Vice President,
the Vice
more
President,
like it, yes.
And you've been doing so much. During your tenure, we had, still your tenure, we had the president of FIDE in the country. Yes. And so far, so good. How have been the policies to ensure chess develop in this continuous development? How far, so good with that?
Thank you very much. Just like I said earlier, it's my pleasure to be here. You know, when you have the people who is actually in charge of the global affair of chess visiting you, they will definitely point you to the right direction about things that you're not doing right and how to improve. We're privileged to have President Hakadi. That's the president of FIDE. FIDE is the global body that regulates chess all over the world. So we're privileged to have him during the tournament called AICC. That's Africa Individual Chess Championship. He was there to grace the occasion at the opening ceremony. He was actually in Nigeria for 3 days. He also visited one of the chess in slum that we have that is being promoted by Mr. Tunde Onakoya. And he made a lot of promises that we're going to do a whole lot. And we are also seeing this. Recently, FIDE has appointed Tunde Onakoya as one of the members of Social Commission in Nigeria. So he's one of those people in Africa that has been identified. So that was one of the effects of his coming to Nigeria.
Okay, interesting, and I'm sure that obviously we're already on the global map when it comes to chess, and one of the top nations in Africa. But we still also know that chess still has a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot in the country. But one of your policy, I want to ask how far you've gone with that, is to ensure that sports, chess become a curriculum in school. Instead of an extra curriculum, it should be part. So I'm sure that other things you are putting in place. Can you tell us a bit about some of your policies?
Chess in education. We've seen that chess and education, they are one, and I mean, they are very related. Some of the features of chess, you also see that there are also features that are required in education. The skills are almost similar. So, and that's why we are promoting the fact that instead of making it to be optional for students in school to actually, especially at the elementary level, the primary school, the secondary school can be optional. But at the primary level, we can actually ensure that a child actually plays chess. One major thing that you can pick from a child that plays chess is that you will see that such child will pay attention. The concentration level of such child will be very high. So if a child is actually disturbing you and you introduce that particular child to chess, you will see he will want to go and play chess, and thereby taking you, I mean, you give him more attention. I mean, you are giving attention to other things because that child is engaged playing chess. Apart from other things that the child can actually benefit by playing chess, by his brain that is going to improve, the analysis level of the child that is going to improve, the cognitive level of the child which is going to improve. So we've seen that this is necessary. And that's why we feel we cannot just promote without having people who will drive it. Okay. And that's why we are trying to ensure that we train our people. Not just training, we certify them by the world body, by FIDE. So, and that's why recently we had a training where we had one of the commission member from FIDE come around to do a physical training with our member, I mean some of the people who are currently doing chess in school. And we believe that if we're able to run this kind of program throughout the year, we'll have a quite number of people throughout Nigeria that can actually teach us. So when we equip ourselves, we can then go out and say, oh, we can train other people in what chess is able to provide to them. And I'm sure a lot of people are also, the awareness is increasing in terms of why people should play chess or why their children should actually play chess. Besides, chess can actually be played by different kind of people, irrespective of the age, irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the disability. Chess can be played by anybody.
Okay, interesting, and I'm sure that in chess and education, there's obviously some orders to cross, and I'm sure some of them we might need a legislation to ensure some of this. In the side of the government, how progressive, how cooperative are other stakeholders in ensuring this?
Yeah, okay, so right now what we are doing is to do more of stakeholders engagement. Okay. We have not pushed any policy yet. What we are doing is to look at people who will listen to us and see how to tell them the reason why this should happen. So, and we believe when we get to the point where we feel we have engaged people who can actually make it happen, we will then go all out and make a policy and push our policy through the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, which is the ministry in which we are operating under. What we need is actually a collaboration between the Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Education. So, but our ministry needs to accept it first before we go all out to collaborate with the Ministry of Education.
Interesting moment, I'm sure, for chess lovers. Also, thing is we should know is that for all this, how enlightened or how knowledgeable are the general public to know you're doing so much on this? Because to me, I feel that this is one policy or this one thing that needs to go. So in schools right now, are they aware of the coming of such a policy, or are there something that will also keep them on their toes to achieve this?
I'll say yes and no.
Okay.
The reason is that when you are trying to put a policy, you also do not want to go to the beneficiary first. You go to the people that will make the policy work first. So what we are doing is to engage the people who will make the policy to actually work. Definitely, the awareness is very high now. Practically almost all the private schools in Lagos are actually playing chess, but what they are doing is more of an extracurricular, whereby they call it chess club. But we don't want it to be called a chess club. We want it to be called a chess class, whereby a certified tutor, instructor, will be the one that is teaching these children. Aside the chess itself, there are so many other benefits that the children can actually benefit. So you can only derive that from someone who is certified on this. So we believe when we are done with the engagement with people who will make the policy to fly, it is then we can start creating awareness. And we also appreciate what you are also doing. This is part of the awareness. You are making, you give us opportunity for us to communicate to the world. This is a fantastic platform for us to also, which we are leveraging on.
Okay, interesting. I also know this policy, I think also part of it is a policy of ensuring that every region in the country have at least a chess tournament per region. And I'm sure that I'm aware about the Southwest, and I'm also aware about the Southwest. How impactful are all these policies and this chess championship in the region? How impactful are they?
So this has actually come to stay. This came up during our first board meeting. That was 2021. Okay. Where the president, Sani Mohammed, DIG Sani Mohammed, retired. Made it that, okay, while we are looking for sponsors, institutions out there, that each member of the board who has come from a particular zone, you have represented from South, like I come from the Southwest. I represent the entire Southwest, all the 6 states in Southwest. Why some other people represent Southeast, North Central, Northwest, and Northeast, and the South. So he made it mandatory that all of us who must actually conduct a championship in our zone. So last year we had Southwest, South, Southeast, North Central, Northwest. Northeast was actually organized but couldn't hold due to some issues in that region. But we believe that this year the calendar has come out. We released calendar very late in January, and you will see all the tournaments are listed in that particular calendar. So we're still going to have all the tournament, North Central, Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, South, and Southwest. We're going to have all the tournament during this year. Like Southwest is slated to happen in the month of August in Lagos here. We are trying to rotate it.
And the last
one was actually held in Osun State. So this one we want to do it in Lagos. So we are still contemplating. It might be Lagos, it might be Ogun State. Either Lagos or Ogun State is still Southwest.
So for until your tenure is over.
Yes, every year we must actually have it.
Okay.
Every
each
year.
of these
Each of the zones,
okay.
yes. So in fact, right now, the champion of each of those zona will come and play the national qualifier to play in the national championship.
Okay, we'll still come to the national championship. But before then, let's go a step ahead to Africa.
Yes.
What's agreed Nigeria in terms of chess community in Africa? Where can we put ourselves? So that I'll also be boastful, please, listeners, I'll also be boastful that, okay, in Africa we are this, we are that, in as much as we know you are doing so well at home. But let's go beyond ourselves. In Africa, right now, what agenda are you pushing, and what level are we in Africa?
Okay, so thank you very much. In Africa today, there are many yardsticks or KPIs, if I can put it, or that you can use to actually assess or appraise or evaluate yourself that this is where you belong. I can tell you before even mentioning the yardstick that we are actually supposed to be ranked between, we should be top 10 in Nigeria.
In Africa?
Sorry, in Africa, rather,
okay.
in Africa. However, when you're actually ranking the position of the country in Africa, things like Grandmaster, International Master, FIDE Master, that is the number of Grandmasters that we have, the number of International Masters that we have, the number of FIDE Masters, and the number of Candidate Master. Those are different titles that are actually assigned to chess players. So the highest title that you give to a chess player that is playing globally is actually called a Grandmaster. Of course, each one of them is expected to have a rating. So even Grandmasters have levels. There are Grandmaster of 2400, there are Grandmaster of 2500, there are Grandmaster of 2600, 2700, 2800. That is where the current world champion Magnus Carlsen is. It's 28 plus right now. Some other players have also been there and have dropped out of that band as well. So in Nigeria today, in Africa today, we do not have a Grandmaster.
Okay.
So it is not then easy for us to actually be boastful that we are there yet. So we are not at that point that we have. And that is one of the agenda we are trying to push for. That is, how do we achieve a Grandmaster in the next 3 to 5 years? For us to achieve a Grandmaster in the next 3 to 5 years, our players need to play a lot of tournaments locally. Our players need to go to Continental to go and play. Our players need to go to the Zona to go and play. Our players need to go international to go and play. Because if you are playing only locally, it's only the knowledge that you know that is available locally that is also going to be available to you as the champion of the local level, of Nigeria. But the truth is, if you go out, you go and play in Europe, you play in America, you play in UK, you'll be exposed to what is happening to international world. And you are able to also gather some international ratings that will increase your own rating. And that can actually make you to attain that Grandmaster level. So right now, we do not have enough. There are so many tournaments that are lined up for the year. But unfortunately, there are little resources that we can actually use. We have a lot of youth tournaments to take place. There is one that is going to happen in Greece very soon, which is a youth tournament. So if we have sponsors, we're supposed to actually have about 10 players, 10 youth players on the 14, on the 15, on the 16, on the 18. Take them to that particular tournament. You'll be surprised that we have a lot of talent in this country. Like, for example, one of our young player is actually ranked among top 10 in the world. But this chess players does not have what it takes to go all out and participate. So
who is that?
Right now, I'm not sure because the rating actually fluctuates every month. So I don't want to mention name because I'm not sure of what happened last month. So if the person play or someone else has gone above that particular person.
It could have been the man in, what's that young man, the FIDE Master that gave him an award one time.
Is it Isaac Okeke? No, not Isaac Okeke.
So
we have very young, very young players. So, but right now we are expecting that that most of this will get sponsored for those people. We'll be able to take them out. You know, it's not easy to buy flight tickets and accommodation over there. So we'll still believe that we will have one or two people out there or institution out there that can actually showcase and support chess.
We got the video of the president of FIDE. We'll go on a quick break, and we have an interview with the president of FIDE when he came to Nigeria last year, and he has so much to say. Enjoy this.
Be a guest of this huge country with long tradition, and one of the countries where chess is developing successfully. Still, the level, of course, is not as in the most advanced countries, but I love the enthusiasm, level of inspiration people have here, and this deserves support. I think that there are many opportunities in this country after having seen both the city and people, including both professional chess, raising a new generation of talents, and social projects, including chess in slums, chess in prisons and others, also with a special focus on women, since this part is underdeveloped everywhere, and we focus on this more and more in FIDE. So I have good impressions from Nigeria up to now, and I have many ideas in my head how we can support the development of chess in this country. Are willing to continue support to the continental associations, while the sustainable way is to attract own sponsors, own partners for these entities, and we would be willing certainly to persuade some of our partners to support ACC directly and to support African tournaments directly, not just through FIDE support fund, through FIDE Development Fund. Meanwhile, before that happens, we'll continue supporting Africa through the Continental Development Fund. It will provide minimum necessary finances both for organizational work and for major tournaments.
Welcome back. Interesting moments of talking chess. We still have the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation here, Prince Adewale Adeyinka, with us. And it's good to still have you in the house.
Thank you.
On your list of events which you've brought out this year, there's a particular event that seems very interesting, and that has to do with the Capacity Chess Tournament. It's a tell us more, is it biannual, bi-monthly tournament?
So capacity events, chess event is actually a new chess tournament that's I personally sponsored the initiative this particular year as part of the objective of encouraging chess development in Nigeria. And the major focus of this event is to increase the rating performance of chess players in Nigeria for classical tournaments. And this capacity is actually a name coined out of two bodies. That's Capablanca Company in Nigeria and City Heights Luxury Hotel in Nigeria. So I was able to convince the chairman of City Heights Hotel and the chairman of Capablanca that this event will have a whole lot of impact. Imagine a place where you're supposed to pay almost 500,000 for event, and the man said, just bring 50,000 and have the hall. So it shows a lot. So the man gave us that. So, and we really appreciate the efforts that this man has put into chess. So This event is going to run throughout the year.
Okay.
We're going to have it at least once in 2 months. Okay. We're looking at having every month, but you know, a business place also needs to be run as a business. So this is an event that is used for daily, weekly events. So we cannot just be given the sole rights to run the whole place every month. So the month that the place is available, we will use it. But we have been guaranteed that this event will take place at least once in 2 months.
Okay. And what do you intend to achieve with this? Because obviously, like you said earlier, that events are meant to always, chess players are always meant to take part in chess to be able to lift their ranking and all that. But what do you intend to achieve?
Okay.
Because it's divided into two,
yes.
as the classical and the blitz.
Yes.
And of what purpose and what do you intend to achieve?
Okay, so just like I said earlier, the main purpose of this event is for strong players to emerge at the end of the year. Now, what do I mean by strong players to emerge at the end of the day, year? At the end of every tournament, there is a rating that comes.
Okay.
And that rating can increase or decrease based on your performance in a particular event. Right now, the rating of some players does not actually reflect their strengths. Okay. Why? Simply because they have not played so much tournament. So this event is going to give such player an opportunity to play a lot of events, a lot of tournaments that will make him to gather and gain a lot of rating that will take him near his particular position or to his particular position. Okay. So that is the purpose of this event.
Okay, and if you do that monthly, that means if you
every
do that
month.
If you do that once in 2 months, that means the rating increase.
It will be
as long
at the end of every month. This rating is not managed by us. This rating is managed by FIDE. This is a world rating.
Okay.
So everybody, every chess player that has an ID supposed to have a rating. So if you play a tournament, we will submit that event because this event is FIDE rated.
Okay.
So that event will be submitted to FIDE, and FIDE will rate the event and tell us what your rating is at the end of a particular month.
Yeah. Lastly, because of time, we had in the first edition we had 123 participants. Are you looking for
this event?
Yeah.
We had 75.
So for
we
the
had 75.
classical,
yes,
and for the blitz,
we have 75 players. It's part of the 75 that also participated in the blitz.
Oh, okay,
yes.
interesting.
So we have 48 people.
Is there a process of trying to increase the participants? And tell us what you having one in March?
Yes.
Tell us what to.
So the month of January is a very good one. The first event, you are having 75 players participating, and in that 75 players, you have players who are Indians residing in Nigeria who participated. Okay. We have people who are English people who are based in Nigeria who participated as well. Okay. So, and that's the first event. Okay. So, you know, sometimes it is when people see what happened in the last edition, they want to actually participate on the subsequent one. So we believe the one that is coming out in the month of March is going to be... Yes, right now we are looking at between the 26th to 28th of March. Again, it depends on the availability of space for us, but we have been guaranteed that we will be given a slot for the month of March. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for...
Thank you very much for having me.
Time will not allow me to let people know that the Blizz, you won that.
Yeah, I came second.
I came second in the Blizz.
Yeah, I came second, yes.
Thank you very much for being
part of the position. Thank you, sir.
That's all we could take on our favorite program, that's 360 Sport. And we'll be talking about chess and chess development. We also had the interview of the Vice President of Nigeria Chess Federation. If you're wondering who I've been speaking with, it's the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation, talking about Prince Adewale Adeyinka. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for watching. Same time, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
what we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold. And at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in superstructure camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not going to lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you in the deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Nigeria's presidential election is less than a week away, but the dominant topic in the country today is a severe cash crunch caused by the controversial Naira redesign and swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Or is it the government? Well, people are going through a lot in the country at the moment because they cannot access cash to do their daily businesses or just to live. We have seen protests now and demonstrations in different parts of the country. In some cases, the demonstrations have turned violent. On Thursday, February 16, President Muhammadu Buhari, in a national broadcast, ordered the central bank to recirculate the old 200 Naira notes to ease the tension in the country caused by the severe cash shortages. His directive now is contrary to the ruling of the nation's Supreme Court, which has ruled that the old 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes remain legal tender until it heard a suit brought before it by some governors of the country. Well, the president has obviously overruled the Supreme Court, and the central bank has pronounced that the old 500 and 1,000 naira notes now are no longer legal tender. The issue is generating a lot of reaction, with many describing the action of the president as a clear and flagrant disregard for the Supreme Court order and a big blow to the rule of law in the country. Despite the president's order on the recirculation of the old 200 naira notes, the cash crunch has not abated. Shortly after the order was given, the central bank said it would be implemented immediately, but the severe cash shortages now is still persisting at the moment. So what exactly is going on? Joining me to discuss this further now is legal practitioner and political analyst Evans Ufeli, who joins us from Lagos. Evans, thank you very much for joining us on the program. What do you make of the action of the president? He overruled the Supreme Court. That's what it seems.
Yes, the president yesterday, by implication, overruled the decision of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had earlier ruled that the old naira notes, the one that have been redesigned, the old naira notes should still remain legal tender. But yesterday, the president made a broadcast, and in that broadcast, said that only the 200 naira notes should be reintroduced. What that means by implication is that the president's broadcast is contrary to that ruling of the Supreme Court. And that in itself is a breach to the rule of law, because the foundation of law is that all persons and authority throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria must be subjected to the orders of courts. That is to say, nobody is above the law. That is a principle of law. And the rule of law is a vehicle upon which democracy strives. And if you look at it by extension too, you'll find out that the Constitution clearly states this in section 14.2, that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Talking about governance, CBN, and what all we have in park. Now, the crisis we have today is actually avoidable. It's avoidable in the sense that if only this policy was well thought out, we will not be in this financial crunch that we have today. One would have thought that because the Supreme Court have ruled, the president in his broadcast would have said that since the case is in court now and there's a subsisting ruling of the Supreme Court, the old notes should remain legal tender pending when the Supreme Court determine the substantive suits. But that didn't come from the president that way. The president disregarded the court order and then went on a flurry of his own to make those pronouncements, which is contemptuous.
Now we've seen, sorry, let me just interject now. We've seen the governor of Kaduna State also make his own broadcast, asking the citizens of that state to essentially, literally disregard the president's order, saying that they should continue to use the 200 naira, 500 naira, and 1,000 naira notes now, based on the order of the Supreme Court. He cited the Supreme Court and said, it's the order of the Supreme Court that should supersede. So he's acting, obviously, he says, based on the order of the Supreme Court. Now, what do you make of that? Could we then accuse the governor of Kaduna State of, could we accuse him of anything at all? Is he in breach of any law?
Well, he has only made a statement drawing the attention of the public to the ruling of the Supreme Court. The statement he made is not false, because truly there is an order. The said order is before the public. It's a public document. We have seen certified true copies of the order. So it will be difficult for one to say that, to accuse the governor of treason or of...
yes, because I've seen some people say he might be charged for treason, and I'm wondering, how is this treasonous?
Under Section 308 of the Constitution, he has immunity. The governors of state and their deputy, the president and the vice president, put together about 76 of them or thereabout in the entire country, that have that immunity. Okay, so he cannot be charged for treason as we speak because he is just drawing the attention of the public back to the ruling of the Supreme Court. And he's saying that the Supreme Court has said that those Naira notes will remain legal tender. And that is what it ought to be. Because even though the CBN has that power to, under Section 20 of the CBN Act, to redesign the Naira and to manage the Naira and then manage the affairs of the financial policy of the country and all that, when a matter is brought before a court of law, whether it's a magistrate court, a high court, or an appeal court, or the Supreme Court, every person and authority who is party to that suit must respect the order of the court first, whether the order is wrong or right. Now, the Supreme Court have not even determined the suit. The Supreme Court only granted an ex parte application asking parties to stay, to maintain the status quo ante bellum, which means that parties, the old Naira note should continue with legal tender. And you see the discordant tunes we're having now from the governor of Kaduna State and another one coming from the president, and the confusion was actually created by the president. Was created by the president because if only the president had affirmed or made his broadcasts referencing the Supreme Court ruling and asking the public to submit to the Supreme Court ruling and wait for the substantive suit to be determined, there wouldn't have been any crisis whatsoever. Okay, we know that the intention of the president might be good, may not be far-fetched, but we also know that when your intention overrides the principles of law, your intention will not make a precedent, but the principle of law, the position of the law will make a precedent. Now, at the end of the day, what will be seen in future will be the precedent and not necessarily the intention. So what the president has done is that he has, created a problem. He has created the arena of conflict for anyone to come and be making different kind of broadcast. And you see, the central bank did not even distribute the new notes properly, because it relied on the commercial bank, not knowing that the commercial banks, they are not loyal to the CBN. The commercial banks are subservient to other persons who may have detained the new Naira note that was just printed. So what the old Naira note have suffered in the hands of politicians and their likes, who have detained these funds for the purpose of vote buying, has equally happened to the new note that was printed, because these commercial banks who the Supreme Court, the commercial bank who the CBN gave this responsibility to handle, are not loyal to the CBN, and they are subservient to other.
But let me ask you this: this whole talk about vote buying, is this how to fight vote buying? Do you fight vote buying now by, literally punishing everybody and taking money out of circulation? I have never seen where vote buying is fought like this. This is quite strange.
Well, but that's what they told the public. But for me, I think it's a very bad strategy. It's a bad strategy in the sense that we just amended the Electoral Act, 2022. I had thought that in the Electoral Act 2022, there would have been provisions that will curtail vote buying, or at least there would have been provision that will monitor and then create avenue or platform within which vote buying can be completely terminated. Okay? But there is none of that in the law. We only have punishment if you are caught. We only have punitive measures. What should be done if one is caught? But you don't have any preventive measures. Okay? So for me, I don't even know why the CBN should be the one that will be regulating.
Because I'm just wondering why monetary policy would have to be used to fight a political crisis, because that's what we have at the moment. So it's just baffling to me. But let's go back to what the president has done and its implication now for our judiciary, because just as you said, he set a very dangerous precedent. So I mean, there must be some very grave implications for what he's done by overruling the Supreme Court in this matter.
Yes. Yeah. The consequences for that is that the president's broadcast is, first of all, contemptuous because the matter is sub judice. So the president appears to have determined the matter, usurped the authority of the judiciary, and then has determined the matter, and now the public have gone the way of the president. Okay? Now, this is not a monarchy where the president's words is law. Okay? I mean, the word of the president is not law because it has not gone through the National Assembly. Mm-hmm. Okay? And any decision or any policy of this kind that have not gone through the process of law cannot stand the test of time. The consequence will be that the president will have to face contempt after his tenure expires. And the tenure will expire some months from now. So,
but then I'm wondering, can you bring legal action against a former president for actions he took while in office?
Why not? I mean, it has not been done in Nigeria, but why not? There's no law against it. There's no, especially when this president have been the only president in Nigeria, democratically elected president in Nigeria, that have consistently disobeyed court order. Consistently disobeyed court order. When Kanu was granted bail, refused to release him. That happened to Showore also and so many other persons.
Well, but the irony of all this is that he has legal advisors. I mean, he has the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, who is a very senior lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria.
Yes, it's not to have advisors. It's not enough. How good are the advisors? How well grounded in law are they? How much of the technicalities of the law do they understand, and how well do they advise the president? And even if they advise the president, does the president take their advice? Those are issues, underlying issues that we are not privy to. We're not privy to how sound the legal advice come from the legal team of the federal government, and whether the president even listens to such advice. Those are issues that should be determined as well. But all well and good. For me, I think that the CBN misdirected itself on this policy. The federal government, instead of correcting it when the courts came in to intervene, the federal government has heightened the tension. As we speak today, there were a lot of protests today across Nigeria, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Delta State, in Edo State, and all that. We have crisis in our hands. And the Supreme Court has adjourned the matter to 23rd because some other parties are joining the suit. And if the Supreme Court determines the matter on the 23rd, we'll have 2 days to go to election from there. So it's a very tight situation for us. And I think that people should be careful this period.
Quite tight.
For those who are protesting, I think protests may not be the solution as we speak because the policemen are out there with AK-47. I don't know why the policemen are going out there to quell.
And the policemen are affected by this as well because they also need cash.
Yes, they are heavily affected. I mean, there's one of the senators that came out today to say that he needs 70 million naira to prosecute his election, that he needs to pay agents and all that, ground down and all that. Even INEC need cash.
Yes.
Logistics. Are you going to give INEC 500,000 naira as the daily limit for withdrawal for corporate organizations or body corporates? Or how exactly is INEC going to operate? Or is INEC, there's an exception to INEC, or maybe some other persons or these politicians who sincerely, in some cases, needs logistics to get their agents in all the polling units. That one is not illegal. I mean, those ones are not illegal, except for when they use it to give gratification. But to get their machineries in order, those ones are legal. So how are they going to do it? It poses a lot of questions. And that this is putting pressure on the set election. I don't know how INEC is going to manage the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we're still going to discuss that in the course of the program. But let's just leave it at that, Ivan Sufeli. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thank you for your time. And let's just hope this thing doesn't impact the election too badly. It will definitely impact it, but let's hope it's not so bad. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away, because up next, we'll be looking at the 2023 presidential election.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now let's talk about the coming presidential election, which will take place in the next few days. 18 candidates will be on the ballot for the election, and they'll be jostling for the votes of over 90 million Nigerians who are eligible to vote in the election. In fact, what INEC has given is 93,469,008 eligible voters. That's a number of people now, registered voters, who would be voting in the election. Now, among the 18 presidential candidates, 3 of them are widely considered front runners. We have Bola Tinubu of the APC, who of course is from Lagos State. There's Atiku Abubakar of the PDP from Adamawa State. And then you have Peter Obi of the Labour Party. So it's a 3-horse race, unlike in past presidential elections when it was always between the 2 dominant political parties in the country, the APC and the PDP. This time, this man, Peter Obi, has been able to catapult his party, the Labour Party, into national reckoning within a very short time. So Bola Tinubu of the APC and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP both have a very tough race in their hands. So we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll try to do some explainers. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the question is, how is this election likely to play out? And that's what we'll be doing in the next few minutes. And I have joining me on the program right here in the studio, Libros Oshoma, who is a political affairs analyst and also a lawyer. Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program as always. This would be, we've done this in the past, and it's so nice to have you here. And joining us via Skype from Abuja is Omori Aigbe, who is, of course, an election analyst. Omori, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thanks a lot for your time. So let's look at what we have here. Liberals, you can see what we have here. This is the this is the total number of registered voters now for the 2023 presidential election, or general election, I should say, broken down now into the various senatorial, the various geopolitical zones. So in the Northeast, you have Borno, total number of registered voters there, 2.5 million. That's 2,513,281. So you have Gombe, you have Borno, Adamawa, Yobe, Bauchi, Taraba. And then in the Northwest, you have Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, Zamfara. And then North Central, there's Benue, 2.7. You have Kogi, 1.9. Kwara, Nasarawa, Niger, Plateau. FCT is also in the North Central. And then you have Ebonyi, Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Enugu. You take a look at the registered voters here. The number's not really much, but then look at that number in Anambra State is really high, 2.6 plus. And then Imo as well, 2.4. And okay, now we seem to be having a problem with with our screen. But very quickly, Liberals, you look at these numbers, the Southeast, we're still going to talk about the Southwest now. You look at the numbers, what do you think?
Yeah, you see that unlike before, you look at this, let me start from the Southeast. You know, unlike before, what we had before, this is quite impressive. You know, the Southeast before now, it was easy for people to say, even though the numbers is still, you know, lower compared to the Northeast or the Northwest. But you'll find out also something is very unique here. You'll find out that the Southeast has about just 5 states. You know, the North Central has about 6.
Yes.
All others have 6.
All others have 6.
And so,
six.
if you look at these numbers, you have 4-point-something million for Kaduna, you have 5-point-something million for Kano. But for the first time, you're having, you know, Abia 2.1 million, Anambra 2.6, Imo 2.4, and then Enugu 2.1, which is very, very
and then let's look at the Southwest. Lagos, okay, we quickly talk about South.
Before you go to the South, apart from Lagos and Ogun, every other states, you know, in this Southwest, you just have 1.9, 1.1, 987, 1.9 also for Ondo. So if you take out Lagos, you would say that the population, the registered voters in the Northeast, you know, for the first time has exceeded that one of the Southwest. The South, Rivers, Delta State, and Akwa Ibom, you know, had all consistently maintained these figures. You have Rivers, Delta, Edo, Akwa Ibom, and then Rivers had maintained these figures. But unfortunately, now you have Cross River State, you know, even the number of registered voters, you know, growing higher above that of Rivers State. But the unique thing about all of this is that while that of Rivers, you have 1.5 million registered voters, on the day of election, you have close to 1.5 million votes. Unlike these other states in the Southwest, usually you have maximum, you have about 50% turnout of voters.
Okay, let me come to you, Omori. You look at these numbers. What exactly do they tell you?
Thank you, and thanks for having me. What it tells me is the usual norm. The Northwest continue to dominate in terms of total number of registered voters. Kano, remarkably high. Kaduna, Katsina, those are states historically that has always been very high. As my brother has talked about, outside Lagos, you literally will find the list of the state. The list of the state with registered number of voters is in the Southwest, Ekiti. Before now, one would expect that Bayelsa ought to be like the list, but Bayelsa during the CVRO just move up from about 900,000 registered voters to over a million registered voters, which is remarkably a bit high compared to the number of local government it has. It has 8 local government compared to Ekiti with 16 local government areas in the state. So Northwest, and remarkably, none of the 3 candidates you talked about in your opening commentary is from the Northwest, which means that is likely going to be the hotbed. even though the deputies, one of the deputies did come from Kaduna, from the northwest. The other, the APC deputies from northeast.
Yes.
And that's the same zone where you have Atiku Abubakar.
And let's not forget also
PDP
that even though
Delta in the
sorry,
south.
Maury, sorry to cut you if you can hear me. Let's not also forget that even though he's not considered a front runner, the truth is that Rabiu Kwankwaso, the former governor of Kano State, who is the presidential candidate of the NNPP, is also a strong force, and he's from the northwest. So now let's go into the business side of things now, and I want to start with you, Maury. You look at these numbers now, and you look at the front runners. Where do you think, that they need to really work very hard to win? You look at the various geopolitical zones. Of course, no geopolitical zone can be taken for granted, but when you talk about where they need to work hard to get the votes, where do you think they should be targeting?
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the fact that you brought the Kwankwaso. So, I was just sticking with the introductory 3-horse race. I didn't want. Yes, Kwankwaso does have a role to play in apparently taking all votes in the northwest. Every one of them need to take the battle to the northwest. That's where the votes are. Then, if Kwankwaso eventually pick up Kano and Jigawa around the neighborhood, of course, there's a Kwankwaso movement across the state, across the country. The notion is that, except we want to say it's a 4-horse race. The way it is now, generally people don't appreciate the fact that it's a 3-horse race, and it's between the three folks that you talked about. The Northwest is the battlefield. And I'm sure each of the 3 candidates are all speaking to Kwankwaso to step down. And I'm aware that the PDP is actually having a conversation with him, and I'm too sure too the APC will be doing that, and of course the Labour Party will be doing that. Don't forget, before now, the Labour Party has actually approached Kwankwaso to join force for them to work together. The Northwest remain the battleground. Okay. Northeast.
Okay, just hold on. Let me come to you, Liberals. He did talk about the other political parties now talking to Kwankwaso, and I'm wondering, is it not too late in the day to do that? Because as we speak now, Kwankwaso cannot, can he step down from the race? You can't have a replacement. So what difference do you think it will make? It's too late in the day.
It's not too late in the day. We are all witnesses to an election in Lagos where the governorship candidate of a party.
No, because I'm saying his name will still be on the ballot anyway, even if he steps down.
Yes, but we're here when a governorship candidate of a political party became a returning officer for his opponent on the day of election in Lagos here. So, like politicians will say, 24 hours is a long time in politics.
No, I'm just wondering, but you will still have his name on the ballot.
I agree, but definitely you're going to have some invalid vote for people that would vote for him. But also that does not take away the fact that, if he's able to talk to his followers, that will, depending on the numbers, that will still be a plus to whoever he aligns with. And if you look at why the Northwest will be a battleground, Kwankwaso, we all agree from the Northwest. The Northwest alone have 7 states. The Northeast has 6 states. The North Central has about 6 states also. The least zone with the least state is the Southeast. And then if you look at the lowest number of registered voters is from Zamfara. That is 1.9. Close to, I think about 700 difference from the number of highest voters in the Southeast. And then, like we said, in the Southwest, apart from Lagos, the next is Ogun, I think about 2-point-something million.
Yes.
That's
2.6.
2.6 million. So when you look at all the numbers from the Northwest, apart from Zamfara, which has 1.9, you have 2-point-something million, 3-point-something, 4-point-something, and 5-point-something. So it is a battleground, and considering the fact that the Kwankwaso and the Kwankwasia movement is very popular in Kano and around Kaduna, the Kaduna Aziz. And also, you have a few governors from these areas who are also coming for a second term. The Northeast, you have the running mate of the APC candidate who is from the Northeast. from Borno, and then you have the PDP presidential candidate who is from Adamawa, even though he was elected as a governor but wasn't sworn in because of he was eventually elevated as a running mate. He's been very instrumental in the politics of Adamawa.
Now let me
then the running mate to the Labour candidate is from Kaduna.
Kaduna, yes.
And then the governor of Kaduna State had been consistently on ground for his political party. So how that will pan out, like in Katsina also is the home of the president. And how that will pan out also depending on, you know, what the political parties are ready to give and take.
And probably depending on the influence that the president would want to exert. But let me ask you this. Let me come to you, Omori. Can we assume that the three front runners would be able to win their respective zones?
That's an assumption. It's an assumption because...
How dangerous an assumption is that?
Because, you see, usually people, you know, I don't want to bring religion into this. Usually, you may think that you're popular at home. You can actually lose your home front. It's very easy to do that. We've seen where a former presidential aspirant lost his own state. I mean, popular candidate lost his own state and eventually to the opposition. So, in all honesty, there's a new dynamics in this election. And just as my brother talked about, 24 hours, anything can happen. Anything can happen. A few months ago, about November, December, nobody thought that we'll be discussing Labour Party being a third force. Nobody talked about it. We all thought, I mean, it's the usual fancy. But now, it's becoming almost realistic that it's a third force that we are discussing this matter right now. In 3 days' time, if any of the candidate can win the heart, if any of the candidate can win the heart of Kwankwaso, it will be a game changer. And I tell you, all Kwankwaso needed to do is a usual mosquito campaign, sending it across. Anybody that loses his own zone is going to be detrimental. However, if you look at the candidate of the PDP, historically, Yobe is not the ground for the candidate. And meanwhile, Yobe is northeast. And Bonu is where you have the deputy to the APC candidate. If that candidate eventually wins Bonu State based on that popularity and being a former governor, it therefore would mean that the candidate of the PDP, for you to win the northeast, you have to grab the other states. APC is government in power in Yobe, government in power in Bonu, government in power in Bauchi, in Gombe. If those plays out, it's possible that the PDP may not even win the Northeast. But that's not what directly I'm saying. I'm saying there's a tendency that you can lose your zone based on the peculiarity. But they can also turn around because of the poor governance that persons, particularly citizens of this country, have seen. Most people do not welcome the government at the state level. They feel that they've not performed optimally. And if that is the yearning of the people, it therefore means they are likely to vote against the party in power at the state level, giving another party the advantage it has. And that's across the board. That's across the board.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Liberals, let me get your take on that. I mean, he said it will be detrimental to any of the candidates, the front runners now, to lose their zone. So how important is it, for instance, for these candidates to win their zones?
You see, let me start from the southeast, for example.
Yes.
Southeast, ordinarily, you say, is a traditional ground for the PDP. But in the last 3 months, you've seen the Obi-Kerenke movement that has swept across, you know, especially the campaign that swept across the southeast, Anambra,
we should not forget that's a zone that had always agitated for the presidency. And for them, this is like a big opportunity.
That the presidency should return should be zoned to the southeast.
Yes.
And then you have the traditional politicians from the zone who believes, no, you know, let us stick with the PDP. And then you have the younger people, majority of them are the traders, who believes, no, this is our turn and we must take it. And then also, mind you, one of the, the G5 governors is from the southeast. Is from two of them, one from Abia, one from Enugu. Even though you would say that they are traditionally the owners of the structures of the party in those states, but they still with a few influence. But so it will be easy. It will be easy if care is not taken. It is for the PDP to lose, and I see the Labour Party clearly taking the Southeast.
Okay.
North Central.
No, let's quickly
because
talk.
I'm really not talking about North Central.
Can we just talk about Southwest? And
the Southwest, for example, it is common that the candidate of the APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has consistently, gradually, starting from Lagos, and has, taken over almost the entire South.
All the states are PDP, with the exception of
Oyo State.
And now the Oyo State governor is given the impression that he's supporting the APC
the Oyo
candidate.
State governor is going for a second term, and Oyo has been a traditional battleground where they do not ordinarily return a governor for a second term. But going for, second term, he will want a little from here and a little from that. And so he would want to give a few supports to the traditional party in his zone. And so I would see the APC clearly taking a lead there. The South-South, you will look at Delta.
Okay, and Osun is also PDP.
Osun is PDP, but because of the crisis, you remember we discussed Osun election, the Aregbe-Shola factor, and the narrow margin that the PDP used to win that state. Yeah. So it's still not yet to hurrah for the PDP to say they'll traditionally take care. And then the South-South, we've never really talked about the South-South.
Yes. And
Delta State.
You think it's going to be a battleground state
as
well?
Yes.
Even when the deputy, the vice presidential candidate
as I speak to you now,
the PDP is from the South-South.
As I speak to you, the PDP, the PDP house in Delta State is in disarray. They are not united. Remember the candidate of the governorship candidate of the party. There's been a running battle between the Ibori faction of the PDP and the Okowa faction. So there might even be some alliance with the APC, in the build-up to election or on the day of election. Edo State, the governor was in APC and then moved to PDP. Shomole, who is from Edo North, still weighed a lot of traditional influence from there. Akwa Ibom, you had a governor, the same thing like Edo. You have a governor who's a godson, is now the governor. You had a former governor, Akwa Ibom. Whether Akpabio is still able to weigh a strong influence from them. Mind you, he's on the ballot for senatorial.
Yes.
And then Bayelsa, you have the former president from Bayelsa, even though he's not been playing active politics. And for Bayelsa...
And then do you think, you look at what happened in the governorship election where the APC won, but
the Supreme
it got turned up by the court.
Yeah, exactly. So they would probably want to make, inroad and maintain a consistency there in the build-up to the next election.
You don't think the current PDP government in that state would have consolidated their hold? And
I doubt how well they probably would have consolidated their hold in that state, considering the fact also that the states, that's why the numbers rose from about 900 and something to over a million registered voters. And for Cross River, there's also it's not too settled between the sitting governor, who is now in the APC. And the PDP, his former party. So you have a serious crisis there. And then we'll come to River State, where the governor has consistently bullied opposition, and then you can't say...
The PDP was not able to campaign in that state.
Yes, he's warmed himself to the heart of the people, bullied the opposition, and he has refused the opposition to campaign in that state. So I think also South-South.
No, I'm saying
the
PDP presidential
he has
candidate
refused
was not
them.
able, yes.
He has refused them. Let's use the right word. So he's also going to be a very strong one from there, even though the running mate of the PDP is from that zone. And then the North Central, we went to the North Central before, you have Benue State. The governor...
The governor has come out openly that
is supporting Labour Party.
Yes, exactly.
Because he was in APC, and consistently the governorship candidate of the APC in that state had given the governor a running battle and is fighting tooth and nail to take over from the governor. He seems to enjoy massive support. So the governor now, being a PDP member, he's supporting Labour and definitely still has some influence. So Labour will make inroad into that state, and that will divide the traditional vote of PDP. Kogi, the Tatata states of Yaya Bello. I think Yaya Bello might have been able to consolidate a little bit, in Kogi, but not as much as you expected, considering the last election in the state. And then I want to quickly move to Kwara. Kwara, you still have the Saraki factor, And then the current governor, even though, you know, there's still some form of, he needs to, a lot of people are not too happy, even though he's done well, but not as expected. Not as expected. Nasarawa, the same, sorry, remember I said North West had 7 states. North Central also had 7 states.
1, 2, 3, 4,
yes,
5, 6, 7.
7 states.
No, FCT is not a state anyway,
FCT,
so let's discount FCT.
Yeah, but you, even if it's not a state, you still enjoy the trappings of a state, even though the minister is appointed by the president. So Nasarawa, I would take Nasarawa and the FCT together, because Nasarawa is almost an extension of the FCT. And even though traditionally also, you have a governor there who is running for a second term, and the APC governor is running for a second term. In Niger State also, I think you have the APC governor who is also running for
he's not running for a second term. He's doing his last term.
Yeah, the Plateau State is the campaign DG.
There'll be new governors in Niger,
and Plateau. The campaign DG of the APC candidate is from Plateau. And considering the fact that also the people are not too happy with his government, and considering the insecurity in that area, these are states to quickly look out for. But I can tell you that in Plateau, Labour has been able to make a lot of inroad in Plateau. Also in FCT and Nasarawa State, you have quite a number of Labour presence in these places. Yes. And especially the North Central. North Central, because of the seemingly liberal posture of some voters there, including Kwara State, where you ordinarily would think that would be the APC traditional home. Labour has also been able to make an inroad there. And that's why I would, unlike Kwankwaso, that you can only discuss in Northwest, all of these other states, you can see some glimpse of, Labour inroad, trying to cut a slice from the traditional PDP and APC.
Let's just quickly take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue this analysis. We'll be looking at the possible states now that could flip from the outcome of the presidential election in 2019. So stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's continue with the analysis of the 2023 presidential election. That election is just in a few days' time, and we're looking at how it might play out. So we're not setting, we're just giving analysis here, trying to forecast things that may happen. Now, in 2019, the election was between these two men, the incumbent president Muhammadu Buhari and the current presidential candidate of the PDP now, Atiku Abubakar. So Atiku Abubakar has actually contested for the presidential election now several times. We don't know if he'll be lucky this time. We'll have to wait and find out. But this is what the result is in 2019. Muhammadu Buhari of the APC, of course, winning it by over 15 million votes, and Atiku Abubakar getting 11.2 million votes. Now, let us look at the results. I still have Libro Soshoma with me, and of course in Abuja I have Omori Aigbe. Let's very quickly look at the results of 2019, and then let's try to see if we might see any flip at all in 2023. And let me start with you, Libros. You look at the Northeast now. We're still looking at it from the geopolitical zones. You look at the Northeast, APC won that's in 2019 now, won in Borno, Gombe. It did not win in Adamawa, but it won in Yobe, it won in Bauchi, and it won in it lost in Taraba. So the APC lost just 2 states in the Northeast in 2019, winning the remaining 4. What do you think it's likely to look like this time?
Mind you, in 2019, you will have to reckon with the Buhari factor.
Yes.
The Say Baba factor, even though it had diminished a little bit, but it was still, just there because it was on the ballot. And then one other thing that is very instructive is the fact that we look at the numbers, 2-point-something million registered voters, 1.9. But by the time you put the total number of votes together, you find out that in most cases you have a little bit about 40%, turnout. Then in a few places you have 50.
So this time, do you think we might see some changes?
Yes.
Do you think the APC would be able to keep Borno, Gombe, Yobe, and Bauchi?
The APC has performed so well in Borno. The governorship is going for a second term. The governor of Borno is going for a second term. The running mate of the
is going for a second term.
the running mate of the APC is also going. The APC presidential candidate is also from Borno State. So Borno, the numbers from PDP might reduce in Borno, and
the numbers of APC.
No, the PDP. The PDP might,
from 71,000 that they got.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm telling you, the numbers might because it will definitely. What they're basically going to do now is your traditional home ground, how much numbers you can show up, in these places. And then
but we might see a change in Bauchi.
Because
you have a PDP governor.
Yeah, you have a PDP governor. Unlike that was the same state where there was a flip from court judgment.
Yeah.
So the numbers definitely PDP numbers might increase in Bauchi. And in
Taraba, what factor do you think? Because it would appear the Labour Party, some people have said could do well. You have it's Taraba, a majority Christian state.
Taraba is close to what do you call it, Benue State.
Benue State.
And majority of the indigenous of Taraba are Christians. And then also considering the fears of the minority in the north, so you might see Labour also making a strong inroad into in Taraba.
Okay.
In Bauchi, this Borno, Gombe, Adamawa, Yobe, and Bauchi states are states where you still have majority of the voters are traditional, traditional APC and PDP voters.
Yeah.
Labour had not been able to penetrate seriously, even though yes, you have people, the awareness is being created.
And even in the Northwest, would you say Labour has been able to penetrate there to make any difference, to challenge the status quo there? Because, the two dominant parties, the APC and the PDP, have been very strong players in the Northwest of the country.
The same problem in Kaduna, for example, where the running mate of the Labour Party presidential candidate is from Zaria, actually. He's not been able to sell his party the way the presidential candidate has sold his party in his own region.
Very quickly, but let me just bring in Omori here. Omori, you look at the Northwest now. Look at the way the election panned out in 2019. Of course, APC winning Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina. It won Kebbi. It won. In fact, the APC won almost everything in the Northwest, yes, everything. Omori, you look at these figures, you think we might see a change this time?
It's going to change completely. The Northwest is basically a Say Baba. That 2019 election was a Say Baba election. 2015 was also a Say Baba election.
True.
If you remember, the Buhari factor gave birth to a number of senators and House of Representatives who won election based on that wave. This will not happen in the same manner, especially now recognizing that there's almost a division within a party, and that on one hand, the APC who supports Bola Ahmed Tinubu think that there's a cabal in the presidency who are working against their victory to give the victory to the party, to the northern candidate. So there's going to be another level of a northern narrative in this election. Whether I like it or not, the President Muhammadu Buhari's vote in 2015 and 2019 will split, and some will go along the side of...
Let me quickly pause you there and ask you. You don't think the fact that all of these states, with the exception of Sokoto, are APC states? I mean, you have APC governors. You don't think that will make a difference for the APC in that zone?
I just told you in this election, there are many governors who are going to lose even when you're an incumbent because of the wave that is happening. If you check the number of 84 million registered voters in that election, now we have 93 million registered voters. And just remember that there was some level of anger that erupted around this TVRO that caused some level of improvements in the level of registration of new folks who got registered, particularly young people. Whether the young people are going to support the already existing structure. Don't forget too that I'm not saying that APC and PDP don't have what they call a downvote. There are party members in those states who will necessarily die hard, who will go for their party. But more Nigerians don't belong to parties. More Nigerians are not card-carrying members of either of these parties.
So in that case, would you say, because
in the Northwest,
just as you have said, if you can hear me, just as you have said that many Nigerians are not carrying members of political parties that do not belong, even though they tend to associate with them, would you say that would definitely benefit the Labour Party in the northwest of the country?
It's going to split. It's going to split. That's what I'm saying. You know, my brother just talked about Kaduna. Kaduna State, take it or leave it, what is happening between the president right now and the governor may actually not be too good for the governor, because some people may like it. It may turn positive or negative. If it turns positive, that will be raw for the governor, because he has told the people that, don't worry, Kaduna State will continue to use the old Naira note, disregarding what the president has said. So at the end of the day, will the people of Kaduna State agree with the president or agree with the governor? If they do agree with the governor, it means there's going to be one way. It means that the governor is listening to them. The governor is actually feeling their pain. They may vote for him. But if he flip the other way, it means that he will lose entirely that state. And what will likely happen, and if he loses, it will have a snowball effect, because the same thing is happening in Kano.
Yeah, quickly, you want to say something?
Yes, you see, like I said, in Kaduna State, even though the running mates of the Labour Party candidate had not marketed his party well in this state, the way the presidential candidate of the Labour Party had marketed, the party in his own state. But you have a lot of, the Igbos are Republican. You can't take that away. You have a lot of them as traders in Kaduna. And then you have a lot of them in Kano, and few in Katsina. And so you traditionally would expect that these people will go with the candidate of the Labour Party. And some of them you don't even know who naturally now you would assume are from that region, but had been there over time. So they still feel the need. And then you have people from southern Kaduna who consistently had felt, shortchanged. These people are not going to go with the traditional politicians. So they are going to go with Labour. So that's in that stead, Labour will make inroad into those areas.
Unfortunately, we haven't got time, but let's just quickly look at North Central and Northeast together now. Northeast, it was all a PDP affair, but I don't think, Southeast, I should say, I don't think it's going to play out like that this time. Do you think so?
I think even the APC in the Southeast, what they are just basically looking for is that you should be scratch 25% from here and there. PDP also are beating their chest that they are going to defeat Labour Party in the Southeast, but I very much doubt that. I doubt that, because even some of the candidates in the major parties are campaigning with the Labour Party presidential candidate to boost up their acceptability, from their party. You have some people from ABGA also who are using the Labour Party candidate, presidential candidate. Northeast, certainly, it's for the Labour Party to lose. Sorry, the Southeast is for the Labour Party to lose, even though it's the least zone with the least number of states, but it is for the Labour Party to lose. And with the number of registered voters that you have there now, if you have a massive turnout, but unfortunately, I fear the insecurity currently going on there now. With that insecurity, whether they will allow people to turn out to vote, is a different question of fish altogether.
That's one topic we'll be discussing very shortly now. Omari, just give me your take on the Southeast. How do you think it might pan out?
Southeast will be traditional Labour. It's a given, and that's total. PDP may not have the desired result, the same thing with APC. And in fact, it's clear. Even if you look at South-South is likely going to go for Labour because of the wave that we have seen. And again, don't forget what happened in 2020 is almost like a replica. It's like a show of force of the 2020 event. And lastly, the body language of the president is already informing some conversation ongoing. Now, who does the president really support? Is it that the president does not support the party candidate? Is he going for? Is he actually going with Obasanjo Labour Party candidate, or is going for Atiku, other candidate, which is becoming the narrative? So that's where the pointer will go. And if this election turns out to be credible, as we anticipate, with the beavers, the game changer, we'll try to see this election is going to shock all of us. The Labour Party will have an in-way in many of the areas.
Okay, I mean,
quickly,
very quickly.
Edo State, yes, Edo State, Delta State also, you have a lot, even though, some shenanigans, but you have a lot of Labour Party awareness in Delta, in Edo, and in Cross River. So these are areas where traditionally you expect the two dominant parties, but now you have a third force that will definitely take a slice. But in River State is a no-no for, the third force. Not because you don't have people who are members of the Labour Party there, but because also of the insecurity and the crisis. And I have consistently also said, I think our electoral register is, the population is overhyped, because you have, at the end of the day, you have Atiku boasting that he has 11 million votes in Ekiti, even though he scored 11 million votes in the last election. And then you have the narrative of the Northern elders now boasting that, look, they've consistently conceded, and now they still their turn. So, and then the language and the body language of the president, how that will pan out. But still, I will tell you that the election is still for the two major political parties to lose. Because when we look at the spread generally, the Labour Party has been able to make a lot of inroad in the south and then in the north central. But in the core northern states, they've not been able to do so well the way they have done well in the south. But a few days from now, we'll tell if they can really hit the ground running in those places.
Yes, and of course, I just want to let you know that after that election, we'll be back here to do an analysis now of the outcome and who has won and who has lost. So I want to thank you, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Libros Oshoma, political affairs analyst and a legal practitioner, thank you for doing this with us yet again. And thank you so very much for your time. And of course, in Abuja, Omoru Yaigbe, thank you so very much for your time. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you. We appreciate it. Well, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back to continue discussions now around the 2023 general election. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, all eyes are on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to ensure it delivers a free, fair, and transparent elections. The Commission has said it is ready for the polls and has promised that the usual logistics nightmare seen on election day will not happen this time. The chairman of the Commission says INEC officials and materials will arrive polling stations in good time for the commencement of the election. He also said the much talked about bimodal voter accreditation system, or BVAS for short, is ready for deployment and will work without any hitches. So let's hope everything goes according to plan. Now, security still remains a huge concern for the election, and for good reasons. And one particular spot where the concern is high is the southeast of the country, where a separatist group has threatened to disrupt the election there. And INEC facilities continue to come under attack in that region. Just recently, unidentified gunmen attacked a school where INEC was which INEC was actually using to conduct training now for its staff for the election. Fortunately, the police was able to repel the attackers and no one was killed or injured in the attack, but it left the INEC staff traumatized. The Inspector General of Police has said 400,000 security personnel cutting across the various security agencies in the country will be deployed for the election, but security concerns still remain. Let's discuss all of these issues now. I'm being joined on the program from Abuja by Ezen Wanwangu, who is, of course, a member of YAGA and one of the civil society organizations that would be monitoring and observing this election. Thank you very much, Ezen Wanwangu, for joining us on the program. Let me start by asking you what concerns you have as we prepare for, as we get to the last stage of preparation now for the election.
Well, thank you, Deji. I am a member of the board of YAGA. I'm not a member of YAGA. I think I need to put that out quickly. What concerns I have, there are plethora of them, but topping the concerns that I have will be the current monetary fiasco that the CBN plunged the country into. I think that the INEC vendor relationship will be affected in very significant ways. I have continued to make the point that the INEC leadership must continue to under-promise and over-deliver, because what has happened is that when you capture the imagination of our people and raise their expectations, they hold you inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter. And when they don't match your words with what then happens, because election is a sociological thing. There are chances that if money does not get into the hand of vendors, the URTW folks who will take your materials from one point.
Yeah, go on, I can hear you.
From one point to another, then there is going to be a huge challenge. And what we have always seen is that there is always explanation later. Either that the vendors did not keep to their terms of the MOU and all of that. I think that what needs to happen is that we must understand that this challenge of fuel scarcity and monetary challenges will impact the 25th February election.
So what do you make of that?
Everyone who is concerned would rise to the occasion.
Can I ask you this? So what do you make of that guarantee and promise that the central bank governor gave to the INEC chairman just a few days ago, I think maybe about a week ago, that he would ensure that cash is provided for INEC logistics? I'm just wondering, wouldn't that count?
I take it with a pinch of salt. I don't know when I stopped taking the CBN governor seriously when he ventured into politics. Ethical banking is no longer something that you can hold him on in real terms. So, and knowing the institutions that we run in our country, I don't want to get to that point where we are coming back to say, these challenges were envisaged, but they didn't. So the point is that this is the time to put that pressure. Let us be able to touch base with INEC and say in real terms, you are depending on people who you have to give money to get fuel. You are depending on people who you have to give money to be able to move from one point to another. Will that in 1 week, in 2 days' time, in 3 days' time, will that money get into their hands? Will they be able to have fuel for their vehicles that they are going to use? For the security agents, in good time, they don't get the allowances when they should get it. In the time that you have monetary and fiscal challenges, will they get that money? If those assurances can be tested, I'm not talking about just verbal engagement with it. We remember that we postponed the 2015 election. Remember we postponed the 2019 election, if I'm right. And it doesn't have to be a ritual. It doesn't have to be a ritual. Let us do what we have to do and ensure that we remove all the obstacles. And you know that INEC folks are public officials. They hardly will engage this issue as frontally as the media and civil society should bring it to the front burner, so that we don't come to a point where we're explaining. And Nigerians, leadership and their operatives like to hoist regime of excuses. And I don't think that we should be able to get into that mode. So I'm taking the kind of scenario that I'm painting deliberately, because I think it should be a wake-up call for the duty bearers, the security agents, and all other stakeholders in the election pyramid to do what they have to do. Now,
as we prepare for this election, the dominant issue in the country today, which of course you alluded to, is this cash crunch caused, of course, by the Naira redesign policy of the CBN and the current government. The truth is that whether we like it or not, it's what everyone is talking about today. You look across the country today, the protests and demonstrations we continue to see, and then elections. Election is just a couple of days down the road. I'm just wondering, are you worried that the current situation might impact this election?
I think it has enormous potential to imperil the election. I think it has enormous. The pretension to the contrary is what worries me. My brother, the argument is that the redesigning, part of one hidden outcome will be that it would stop electoral corruption, or it will minimize electoral corruption. That is far from the truth. The work of maintaining law and order in the election is in the remit of the security agencies and not in fiscal policies and monetary policies. What will then happen is that with the scarcity that you have created an enabling condition for those who ordinarily will have had the capacity to resist being induced to now go for it and even make a demand. That's the condition you have created. And if those who should know are pretending that they don't know, then imagine that in states like Ekiti and Osun that we just came out from, we were getting reports about 7,000 naira, 5,000 naira for votes, paid for votes. Now, in this situation, all you need to do is to dangle a brand new 2,000 naira note. I can't fathom why people can't see that. So the responsibility will be on the security agencies. INEC will deploy its men and materials, but the challenge of vote buying and vote trading will be a big issue for the 2023 general election.
And of course, no thanks to the current policy, the current Naira swap policy, just as you have said. Now, let's quickly talk about Anambra, the southeast region. We saw an attack in Anambra State just recently. We can't count the number of INEC facilities that have been attacked in that region. It's a huge concern for a lot of people, and that, some people have said all of this could, they have the potential of preventing people from coming out on election day to vote. And not quite long ago, a separatist group also issued a stay-at-home order on election day. And I'm just wondering, what impact do you think in terms of security now from what we have seen, all these attacks that we have seen and the latest attack now? How do you think all of this might impact turnout on election day in the southeast?
The GIF election fails is a failure of law enforcement. The ragtag non-state actors, armed state actors have no capacity to defeat and indeed to overwhelm state forces if they are determined to provide security. And let me tell you, if you followed, luckily you followed the Anambra scenario.
Yes.
And I shouted myself hoarse before the Anambra election that the election will hold. And the reason why I said it will hold is because the elites in the southeast, the political elite of the southeast, understand that they cannot subvert what is in their enlightened self-interest. If elections does not hold in southeast, a president will emerge, and a state of emergency will be declared in the area. It's as simple as that. And so who wants that? So at this point in time, like I said, everyone in the southeast, both the traditional and moral institutions, the market women, the mothers of the militants and the rest of them must weigh in at this time and call their children to order. And understand the fact that if elections does not hold, it is the Southeast that loses out. There is no explanation. Oh, if other parts of the country go into the election and you don't, so what happens? What is the vote from the Southeast? What is the volume of vote from the Southeast? Even if one person is deprived from participating, its impact on the credibility and legitimacy of the election. So it's the responsibility of the stakeholders in that area. We have few days for everyone to begin to make the necessary contributions to ensure that elections hold in that area. And then lastly for me on that is the value for money. If we are going to be deploying 400,000 security agents, there has to be value for money. If we pay them allowances, if we pay them transportation and all that they deserve to protect us, we then should be able to match whether they were able to protect us with the resources that we put in there. And that for me is the challenge. There has never been security accountability. What we hear is those figures, and then at the end of the day, we hear about violence, and then no consequence management, nobody is penalized, no sanctions, and then we move on. And then we set up a Justice Lebu committee, and then it will produce white paper, and we will leave the white paper in the cupboard, and nothing would go on. And that is the tragedy of our situation. So except that we come to a point where we match security deployment with service delivery outcomes and value for money, we will continue to tell the same story.
Board member of Yaga, thank you very much for coming on the program, for talking to us. Let's just hope this election goes peacefully. That's what we hope and pray for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. But just before we go, I want to say this to you. On election day, please go out and feel free to choose whoever you want to be your president in 2023. The fact is that this is an election. We should conduct it peacefully. There should be no resort to violence at all. Let's just work to make our country better. So let's wish ourselves the best of luck. Bye-bye. I'll see you after the elections.
Disobedience to court is a very bad precedent by any government, as there is no society that can prosper through lawlessness. Buhari and the Whalers. 4 months after he was sworn in as president, President Buhari promised to abide by the rule of law and insisted that his government would not tolerate anybody undermining the rule of law. But however, few months to the tail end of this administration, the president and his government has disobeyed more than 40 court orders, according to Dr. Kolawole Olaniyan, lawyer to Amnesty International. In August 2018, while declaring open the 58th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Abuja, President Buhari shocked his audience when he attacked the rule of law by declaring that the right of Nigerians must always take a second place when national security and public interests are concerned. His Attorney General, Malemi, was also quoted to have said the rule of law is what the authorities or the government determine it to be. Only Nigeria. In 2015, just come with me on this journey, Sabo Dasuki, former national security advisor to former President Goodluck Jonathan, was charged for allegedly diverting $2.1 billion and illegal possession of firearms, $2.1 billion. Despite being granted bail on at least 6 different occasions by various courts, including the ECOWAS courts, President Buhari persisted refused to comply with order. His government and the DSS refused to comply with the order. Nigerians complained. The opposition kicked. Even as the economy, in spite of all of this, the economy was biting harder. But trust them, the APC and Buhari supporters called whoever complained a whaler and a beneficiary of corruption. The government and the SSS severally disobeyed court order of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Mazina Kanu's bail and accessed by his legal team and family members, including the recent one by a 3-man panel of the Court of Appeal Abuja that ruled that Nnamdi Kanu's rendition from Kenya by the Nigerian government was illegal. Anybody that complained was labeled a bad loser, whaler, or even IPOB. Enzazaki Uko, he was arrested by the military on December 14, 2015, after a clash between his child group and officers of the Nigerian Army, where at least 347 members of this group were killed. Trust, this is Nigeria. Nobody was prosecuted for the killing. Yet he was detained without trial for 17 months. His groups, as usual, took to the streets, mass protests. The opposition called on the government to comply with court orders granting him bail. Nigerians shouted that President Buhari was sliding into a full-blown dictator. But alas, the APC and Buhari supporters called whoever complained a whaler and insisted that Buhari was in order. In July 2016, the Supreme Court gave an order reaffirming the nullification of the 2006 controversial transfer of the aluminum smelting company Ascom to a Russian firm, despite the clear provisions of Section 287 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that clearly states that all court's order and judgment must be obeyed by all and sundry. The Buhari administration once again disobeyed the court order, and whoever complained was called a whaler and a beneficiary of corruption. Trust Nigerians. How about my very good friend, brother, Omoyole Sowore, the publisher of Sahara Reporter? A former and current presidential aspirant was arrested by the DSS in August 2019. And despite a Federal High Court order granting him bail, the SSS bluntly refused to release him. When we complained, APC supporters, including those who once eulogized Sowore as a hero when he criticized government or Jonathan, suddenly said, Sowore won't say done too much. Buhari means well. Whalers are just complaining and making issues out of nothing. How about judges' houses that were invaded at midnight in a Gestapo-like manner in 2018? And the Chief Justice of the Federation was removed from office arbitrarily via an ex parte order because the government, of course, wasn't comfortable with his independent-mindedness. Lawyers, the media, and politicians were divided on the matter. But APC and Buhari supporters taunted anybody when complaining. They say you be whaler or a beneficiary of corruption. That you're angry that Buhari has removed your hand from the cookie jar. In 2018, the Federal High Court in Abuja directed the federal government to set the debt limit as provided for by Section 42(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. The judgment was never obeyed, and those when complained were called whalers. In 2021, Justice Stephen Palm of the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt stopped the Federal Land Revenue FRS from collecting VAT, and held that it was constitutionally the role of state government to do so. Despite dismissing the application by the FRS for stay of execution pending appeal, the federal government never obeyed that order for one day. How about the court order by Justice Mohammed Idris of the Federal Court Abuja directing the federal government to publish details of the spending of recovered funds by successive governments since 1999? This order entered voicemail and was never obeyed. If you talk about Navy Captain Dada Labinjo, who was allegedly detained in an underground detention facility by DIA in Abuja from September 12, 2018, despite the court order for his bail by his lawyer Femi Falana, the order was flouted, and APC and Buhari supporters said anybody that complained was a whaler and didn't mean well for Nigeria. After all, in the eyes of APC, then Buhari can do no wrong. Now that Buhari has redesigned the Naira note and phased out the 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira notes without regard to the Supreme Court order requesting parties to maintain status quo, or allow both old and new note to coexist, pending the determination of a matter submitted for adjudication. That's Supreme Court. Oh. The table has turned 360. And like in 2018 and 2019 on the Chief Justice matter, the lawyers, the media, politicians, and Nigerians are divided on the matter. Well, depending on the political party they belong to. The APC now is complaining bitterly and insisting that the president must obey court orders, while the PDP and Labour Party opposition parties have been praising Buhari to high heavens and taunting anybody that complain as a whaler and propose election riggers. As you now hear, the bushmeat don't catch the hunter. There's protests everywhere across the country. The economy is dwindling and things are getting harder. The hitherto whalers are now the hailers, while the re-hailers have been turned into the whalers. I will therefore advocate, in democracy where the constitution is supreme and responsibility are clearly spelled out, in order for the constitution to work, you must have law-abiding people and a government willing to obey the constitution, and a people ready and willing to hold the government accountable, irrespective of party loyalty or affiliation. When you encourage your government to disobey court order because it doesn't affect you, or because it affects you, it favors you, you are indirectly setting a precedent that encourages impunity and will eventually snowball into anarchy and dictatorship. By that time, just pray that country go every day for you to govern. Well, this will be a good place to rest this matter for now until next week. Kindly follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. And remember, as you go out to the polls, please, I beg of you, remain peaceful. Support your candidate. Don't be intimidated and don't intimidate others. Politicians won't die for you. So remain alive to live your life. See you next week.
Nigeria's constitution, like America's,
begins with a simple and profound idea. We, the people.
And during this election, you, the people of Nigeria, have a chance to make your voices heard, to choose your future.
The United States does not support any individual candidate for office.
But we strongly support a peaceful election
that reflects the will of the people of Nigeria.
Because free and fair elections in Nigeria help create a freer and fairer world for everyone.
Your vote matters. This election matters, not only to Nigerians, but to the rest of the world.
We're invested in your success. Our shared democratic futures depend on it.
Go to inecnigeria.org to prepare to vote, because your voice matters.
The Nigerian people have a friend and partner in the United States of America.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. when the waves come in a big way and through, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes or my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carry the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they called the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they will use in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, Dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello, it's another Sports Business Time, and thank you for joining me again. My name is Jide Olaniran. Aside from giving you sports business news today, we will also look at the business of infrastructure sports management model. And that is what we'll be looking at after this time out. Don't go away. Welcome back. As potential buyers for Manchester United continue to line up, a certain eccentric billionaire is reportedly kicking the tires on the historic European soccer club. Elon Musk is believed to be monitoring the situation closely and weighing putting in a bid for the club. A British tabloid says that several interested parties have signed confidentiality agreement to see Manchester United's data room, including several from Saudi Arabia, which could be eyeing Musk as a figurehead for a bid. With a net worth of $187.5 billion, Musk certainly has the capital to make a purchase and also has some personal motivation. In August, Musk joked on Twitter that he was buying Manchester United, later deleting the tweet, but clarifying that if he were to buy a team, it would be United, his favorite club as a kid. Club owners, the Glazers family, are reportedly seeking around $7.3 billion for a full takeover, but have expressed interest in only a partial sale. It is not just Elon. The competition to be the next owner of Manchester United is getting stiff. Bloomberg recently confirmed that a consortium of Qatari investors are set to make an offer for the club with assistance from the Qatar Investment Authority. The country's sovereign wealth fund, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the ruling emir of Qatar, reportedly supports the club. British billionaire Sir Jim Ratcliffe is also still in the running. The financial gap between the Premier League and the rest of Europe's top division is too big, says AC Milan head coach Stefano Pioli. Premier League clubs spent £815 million during the January transfer window, nearly 4 times the combined £225 million spent in Spain, Italy, Germany, and France. The Premier League's financial dominance in Europe increased to the highest proportion ever reported in January. Spending by English top-flight clubs accounted for 79% of the total across Europe's Big 5 football leagues, where January expenditure fell by 35% from 2022. Chelsea spent more in January, around £288 million, than the combined total of all clubs in La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, and Ligue 1. And finally, Ile-de-France President Valérie Pécresse has demanded more than €200 million from the French government to enhance transport services for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Pécresse, who is head of the Ile-de-France Mobile, has reportedly issued a letter to France's Transport Minister Clément Beaune in a bid to secure the funding for the transport improvements. According to Le Parisien, Pécresse called on the French government to respect the commitments and guarantee IDFM resources to finance both the operation of new metro and Rousseau Express Regional lines and transportation for the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The IDFM is the authority that controls and coordinates the different transport companies operating in the Paris area public transport network. And that's the news. We're going to break, and when we return, it will be time to discuss about sports infrastructure management model in the dugout segment. Don't go away. Welcome back. Yes, on the show, yes, this dugout segment will definitely focus on sports management facility, the model that will truly work for us here in Nigeria. And no other person to join me than an expert who's been working on some of this model. He's got some academic work as well as day-to-day business that he does as far as this area is concerned, talking about sports infrastructure management. Adedami Adedotu joins me. Adedami Adedotu, by the way, is the head of sports Temple Company. Adedami, thanks for joining me again today.
It's always a pleasure to be on your show, Jide. Thanks for having me once again.
Yes, once again, it's great to be with you. Adedami is our in-house expert when we talk sports business on the show. Adedami, let's start by looking at just of recent. The Kaduna State, a subnational state in Nigeria, had the opportunity of having the transfer, a federal sports facility transferred to their domain for management. That is the federal government that is supposed to own the Ahmadu Bello Stadium Sports Complex had to transfer the management of that complex to a state, Kaduna State. And this will be our focus today. And I want to ask you, is the government managing sports facility models still practicable in this age?
So thank you very much, Dide, for the question. And I think that the current events, which you mentioned, sort of answers that question, right? So if you look at government from two levels, there's the federal government and there's the subnationals, which are the state government, which is the state government. At the federal level, what the ministry is doing is to hand over certain federal infrastructure to subnationals, and which is because, the federal government has realized that it is not, federal government managing those facilities is not sustainable anymore for those facilities. So to answer your question, at the federal level, federal government, sustaining those infrastructure is not a sustainable model anymore. But before we even, if you digress a bit, if you look at infrastructure as a whole, the problem we have in infrastructure in Nigeria is not just the management of it, but the sufficiency of infrastructure. We don't have enough infrastructure for the different purposes for infrastructure, for mass participation at the community level, for professional sport at the state level, and also for major events at the federal level. So for government alone taking that responsibility of managing sport facilities, it is not sustainable anymore.
All right. So what can be done to make national assets like this stadium now, the stadiums that we have all around Nigeria, even though some are saying we still have less of what is required to cater to 200 million people. So what can we do to make sure that all these assets become productive?
So yes, we don't have enough. Because we did an analysis while we were working on the national sports industry policy. And if you look at developed countries like in the US, the UK, the population to stadium ratio, or the stadium to population ratio is about 1 to say 300,000, 500,000. For Nigeria, it is 1 to 5 million, right, at the federal level. So we don't have enough. For us to bridge that gap, we need over 200. So it is definitely not enough, and government in itself cannot bear that burden anymore. So back to your question, what can we do? First is to find to collaborate with private sector to manage those assets, right? And because if you also go back to infrastructure development, there are key things that you think about or you consider when you develop an infrastructure. One is the legacy for those infrastructures, because in Nigeria, most of our infrastructure has been built because we wanted to host a national tournament or a continental tournament. You know, the Abuja Stadium when it was built, the National Stadium in Lagos too when it was built. But what you do is, post-event, there has to be a post-event legacy to ensure that, look, those facilities are still fit for purpose after the event. And one of the ways you could do that is to ensure that there's a professional team within the environment to take on those infrastructure. If you see, if you look back to the recently concluded World Cup in Qatar, right from the onset, they've developed legacy for those assets. There are some of them with the container model stadium, that the legacy is to dismantle them and transfer those carcass to other football clubs. Some have been handed over to professional clubs. So what we don't do well in Nigeria is have a post-event legacy for our facilities. So going forward, a way to properly, sustainably manage those assets is to make them fit for purpose. You understand? What can be done in those facilities that will attract footfall in those facilities? Lagos, for example, there's the National Stadium in Lagos has, I think, over 60,000 capacity. The question is, beyond just hosting Super Eagles, what else can be done in the stadium? At the moment, there's no Lagos-based football club in the MPFL, which is the professional football league. Which are some of the issues, you understand, for a stadium of that size? So the question we need to ask ourselves is if those infrastructure are still fit for purpose, how to make them fit for purpose, and how to collaborate with facility managers, private sector organizations, so that we build a collaboration, and we build a relationship that ensures that those assets are properly managed and we can deliver revenue.
Okay. All right. Then. All right. So the next question. How do we introduce a business-like model into our sports infrastructure management?
Okay, so that's really simple, right? Again, it goes back to the purpose for which those facilities were built in the first place, right? Because what you see as a global standard is that sporting infrastructure are not used solely for sporting events anymore. There is a multi-use purpose for sports infrastructure now. They are evolving into becoming entertainment centers too. So there's a sports and district entertainment model being used, adopted globally. So we need to start looking at those kind of models in Nigeria too. Second is to give incentives for private sector participation in infrastructure development. Because once you have that, private sector investment means that there's an expected return on investment, which means that they will put in proper processes, proper models in place to ensure that, you know, those facilities are used and they generate income for the facility owners. So how to create the model that will work? First is private sector involvement. To manage the existing facilities and to also invest in new facilities. Second is to adopt a multi-use strategy to ensure that beyond just sporting events, we also use those sporting facilities for entertainment events. You understand? And it's also important as a strategy to identify the key target for those facilities. Because again, the facility that you build for a major event is not the facility that will be used for regular training or the facility that will drive mass participation. So in developing strategies that will make sure that we have a sustainable model of managing those infrastructure, we have to consider all of those things to make it fit for purpose, to make it multi-use, to bring in private sector in terms of managing those facilities, and also to invest in them.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence that Nigeria now has national sport industry policy, and also Kaduna that has the honor of having the national assets like the stadium transferred to it. Also is planning to put together a sports industry policy of sorts. And do you think that also the good policy like this can also jumpstart, the reviving of the interest of, spinning around or turning around the fortunes of some of these facilities that we have, especially that we have some of them. You made mention of the National Stadium. That is one. It's been there. There are a lot of things that the Sport Ministry is thinking of doing with it. Don't forget that there is also one, Liberty in Ibadan. Do you think a sports policy can stimulate the necessary interest or drive the necessary model that would drive the interest that would generate the fortunes?
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you mentioned Kaduna State and its policy. What happened last week was that there was a stakeholder engagement session. There was a policy dialogue, because Kaduna State is the first state that would domesticate the national sports industry policy. And what happened during the policy dialogue was to break down the policy into areas. And one of the areas is facility and infrastructure development, right? And the conversations around facility and infrastructure development is how to build fit for purpose infrastructure, right? Which is what I mentioned earlier, that look, how do we ensure that the facility we build within the state or the existing facilities within the state are fit for purpose. Some of the things also discussed is how you can use sports facility to trigger urban development, right? And how you can also use facility for athlete development and elite athlete development. So the importance of policy is so that we discuss those peculiarity at the subnational level, you understand? And that's what's currently happening in Kaduna. And it's not a coincidence that this is happening shortly after the Ahmadu Bello Stadium was handed over. The management of the facility was handed over to the state. So what the policy would do is guide the conversation around how to ensure that there's sustainable management of that asset, and also the state's owned assets, including the Murtala Mohammed Square in Kaduna, and all other state-owned assets. But like I said, there has to be conversations around what infrastructure we actually do need as a country, you understand, and at all levels, either for mass participation, for athletes development, because that's also one critical area that sports infrastructure also includes performance centers, training centers for athletes. So there has to be a conversation around the type of facility that we need at the community level for mass participation, for elite athlete development, for professional sports, and for major events. Once we have that conversation, we're able to identify what infrastructure will be used for what kind of design should it be, how does it affect the environment, how would they affect urban planning and development. Those are the conversations that are necessary for infrastructure development. And once we identify all of these things, it also comes down to look, how do we fund them, how do we finance them, how do we incentivize private sector to be a part of, to drive investments into those facilities? Because at the end of the day, the global standard is that it takes private sector investments to sustainably manage those assets. And once we are able to answer all of these questions, we develop a sustainable model. And these are the conversations that are happening as part of the policy development. So for Kaduna to take the initiative to becoming the first state to domesticate the national sports industry, it also means that they are thinking in terms of a sustainable model to manage the infrastructure, the one they just got that was just handed over to them by the federal ministry, and also the ones that they have, and the ones that they will need for the future, because again, what they have at the moment is not enough to sustain, not enough to drive participation or to even drive athletes' development or professional sports. So the policy is critical to all of this. It's usually a good starting point, because then we are able to identify all the key parts of infrastructure development and how to sustainably fund and finance it.
So finally, before I let you go, I know you're a basketball enthusiast. The Basketball Africa League was recently launched in Lagos, and very soon there will be pressure on Nigeria. You know, there is an arena in Dakar. Cairo, we also have a bit of the pie, a piece of the pie rather, and also Rwanda already had it and they will still have it again. Isn't it time Nigeria also look at building an arena of sorts that will accommodate or that will bring BAL to Nigeria, and from there we can jumpstart another frenzy, basketball frenzy?
Yes, absolutely. It is time. And if you look at the Basketball Africa League, the BAL, I would like to look at it from two different perspectives, right? One is the Nigerian league itself, and the second is Basketball Africa League. Because if you're aware, it is whoever emerges as the champion of the Nigerian league that represents Nigeria at the Basketball Africa League. So first is, how do we put our house in order and drive investments into infrastructure? I'll give you an example. In the last, I think, 2 editions that Nigeria has participated in the BAL, the first club to represent Nigeria is a Port Harcourt-based club, Rivers Hoopers. Now, Kwara Falcons will represent Nigeria. There is a need to have proper facilities in those cities, Ilorin and Port Harcourt. And these are cities that you have enough middle class for you to have a proper basketball fan base. You understand? So beyond just building facility to host the BAL, which is good, there's also need to have facilities so that we have a proper professional league. Because if you look at the professional league, there are clubs in Lagos Islanders, Hoops and Reed. There are clubs there's a club in Ibadan, Oluyole Warriors. There's one in Kwara. There's one in Delta. There's one in Port Harcourt. There's one in Abuja. There's one in Kano. There's Kaduna Stars. So we have professional clubs across the country. So first point is, how do we ensure that these professional clubs have infrastructure to first promote and drive professionalism in basketball and to deliver an entertainment product? Once that is sorted, then the next level is, look, how do we ensure that we have facilities that can host the BAL? And you won't be surprised that if we get the first point, the first leg right, which is ensuring that we drive investments into facility ownership at the professional club level, we would have invested in facilities that can actually host the BAL. Because if you have a 5,000 capacity stage arena in Ilorin or in Lagos or in Port Harcourt, then it means that you can actually bid to host the BAL too. So beyond just building facility for a national to host the BAL, we should also consider the importance of having facilities that can drive the development of the professional league in Nigeria. So yes, and I'm also aware that there's a Lagos Arena project going on in Lagos, and it will be a world-class indoor arena. So these things will happen very soon. But as regards the BAL, I completely agree that it is time we host, and I think that a more sustainable strategy is to drive investments into infrastructure for the professional clubs. In doing that, would have solved the problem of hosting the BAL.
Adedami Adedotun is the head of sports, Temple Company, and in-house experts on Sport Exchange. Thank you very much for talking to us today on the show.
It's a pleasure, Jude. I enjoy talking sports with you. Thank you very much.
All right. That was Adedami Adedotun talking to us about sports facility management model, the kind of model that can work for Nigeria. Okay, we'll go on a break, and when I return, it will be time to sign off. Welcome back. Before we go on the show, let me leave you with this. Did you know that the Super Bowl 57, which saw Kansas City Chiefs winning the day over Philadelphia Eagles, might have come and gone, but it brought us some impressive numbers from the sports book, which is about how people staked money on the game. With 50 million Americans projected to bet $16 billion on the Super Bowl across legal and extra-legal channels. It's no surprise that sports books were very active on the big day. GeoComply, which verifies bettors' location on behalf of legal sports books, registered 100 million sports betting transactions on the Super Bowl 57 weekend, a 25% increase from last year. Several American sports books reported milestones as a result of the increased traffic. FanDuel, which is a fantasy and online betting site, averaged 2 million active users on its platform throughout the Kansas City Chiefs' 38-35 victory over the Philadelphia Eagles, and was taking a record of 50,000 bets per second at its peak. DraftKings, another sport betting site, paid out $2.68 million US dollars to one bettor who wagered $1.68 million US dollars on the Chiefs' money line. MGM Research says it had the highest Super Bowl betting handle in company history for the state of Nevada, including money wagered at its 9 retail sportsbooks on the Las Vegas Strip and on its BetMGM app. Next year, the countdown to Super Bowl 58 is already on, and given it will take place in the sports betting capital of the world, the handles are only bound to increase. As for who could be taking home the Lombardi Trophy next year in Las Vegas, the books are already favoring a repeat. At DraftKings, the Chiefs open as plus 600 favorites to win it all again, while the Eagles open at plus 900, the fifth best odds. Betting, bet responsibly, but make money while you do it with your head on. Thanks for joining me on today's edition of the program. Till I come away next time, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, of the future in sports business, Jide Olanra.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one Voduma and the
rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
On the news tonight, troops arrest mastermind of Abuja-Kaduna train attack. Gunmen murder Labour Party senatorial candidates in Enugu State. And security agencies warn those threatening conduct of 2023 elections vow to deal with pose interrupters. Well, many thanks for joining us in News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Troops of Operation Wheel Punch have arrested 3 terrorists at Damba community in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State. According to Director Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadami, one of the arrested terrorists confessed to being one of the masterminds of the March 28, 2022 Abuja-Kaduna train attack. He added that troops mobilized to the location on Valentine's Day and recovered 2 motorcycles, 2 mobile phones, the sum of $5,000, as well as some other currencies.
Troops of Operation Harun Daji and other operations have continued to sustain their dominance over the menace of terrorists and other criminal elements in the northwest zone of the country. Precisely between 9th and 12th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to information on terrorist activities in Giwa, Birnin-Gwari, and Zango-Kata local government areas of Kaduna State. In these operations, troops made contact with the terrorists, and following the firefight, troops neutralized 5 terrorists while others fled with gunshot wounds. Troops equally exploited the general area and recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 1 locally fabricated rifles loaded with 37 rounds of 7.62mm special, magazine carrier, 3 motorcycles, mobile phones, among other sundry items, while 7 abducted civilians were also rescued during these operations. In the same vein, between 16th and 19th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to terrorist activities in Tumba and Ghana Kambas Sawa village of Sokoto State. During the engagement, troops neutralized 4 terrorists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle and 3 motorcycles, as well as rescued 13 civilians earlier kidnapped by the terrorists.
Gunmen have killed Oyibo Chukwu, the candidates of the Labour Party for Saturday's Enugu East Senatorial District election. Chukwu was reportedly killed at Amechi Awunawa in Enugu South LGA of Enugu on Wednesday when gunmen opened fire on his convoy. The gunmen were also said to have killed 5 of his supporters who were with him in the car. The chairman of the Labour Party in Enugu State, Kasmi Agbo, who confirmed the incident on Thursday morning, said that the attackers were not unknown gunmen, as widely reported, insisting that what happened was a political assassination. Chukwu's death comes days before the presidential and National Assembly elections in the country. Security agencies, including the Armed Forces, Police and the Department of State Services, among others, have vowed to deal with anyone who attempts to subvert Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections. At a joint news conference in Abuja, the Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tuko Guso, said security agencies are prepared to use force on anyone caught trying to subvert the general election. On his part, the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, added that the restriction of movement from midnight on Friday until after the election on Saturday will be strictly enforced, as it warns non-voters to stay away from polling units. Also speaking, the spokesperson of the DSS, Peter Afunaya, explained that the service remains committed to protecting the nation's democracy.
The Armed Forces of Nigeria is committed to strong and vibrant constitutional democracy. We are very loyal to the Nigerian state, and we are ready to defend democracy at all costs. During the election period, all our normal operations and duties will continue simultaneously across the country. Operation Safe Conduct has been activated to provide guidance to to the armed forces of Nigeria during the general elections. The Defense Headquarters has established a monitoring team in conjunction with other security agencies that will oversee the process in FCT and all the 6 geopolitical zones of the country.
There will not be any movement, vehicular movement, or the so-called Okada movement, or tricycle movement, or boats on the waterways. Restriction order is very, very key at this point in time for us to have a well-organized security arrangement for the success of the electoral process. Exceptions to this restriction will include accredited members of the press. You agree with me with this isn't journalism we practice in Nigeria, almost everybody is a journalist, but you can't just tell me everybody will go out there to monitor this election. You can monitor election anywhere to write a report. But for those that will be allowed to move from one point to another are those that are accredited by INEC. I don't accredit any journalist. We security agencies don't accredit any journalist to move. So the INEC has done that and they are giving them tax. Don't move out without the tax so that we know the embarrassed.
Joining me to speak on the state of insecurity in Nigeria and security agencies' preparedness to curb electoral violence, security expert Patrick Agbambo joins me now. Thank you very much for your time. Now, it's said that even in 2023, Nigeria has not moved past the culture of politically motivated killings and assassinations. Why is this still a problem in Nigeria of today?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's actually a sad development, but I would say that it's not unexpected. On the 19th of this February, a Security Watch Africa initiative released a security threats analysis report of the 2023 general elections, and the Southeast is on a high alert flashpoint for obvious reasons. One is that a faction of the IPOP had said there wouldn't be election in the Southeast, and they have their government available to enforce that, which they have been enforcing. Natural fact. So we also have some of the politicians who are aggrieved, who may want to use the cover of the unknown government to actually perpetrate one or two acts. So in the Southeast, it's a flashpoint, and one or two other states across the country in the South will also be, and even in the Southwest will also be a flashpoint. It's something that I believe that now we should go beyond having violence during elections, but it's not only in Nigeria, it's across the globe. Once there's election period, the situation is tensed, but it depends on how the politicians, the political gladiators, talk to their followers. Some still have not learned the lessons of following the path of peace, so they still want to intimidate their opponent and create fears in the society as a way of winning or whatever. So just as you said, in this new time, this time we are, 2023, we expect that politicians and their supporters should follow the path of peace, but it's sad that this is still happening.
Now, I want you to briefly tell us, the 2023 election is just less than 48 hours away. Do you think that Nigeria security agencies have their T's crossed and their I's dotted ahead of the election?
Yeah, I will tell you for sure that the security agencies are ready. Some of these things are not generally preventable crimes. These are not crimes that you can say you will stop, because they are premeditated crimes. But I believe that the earlier the security agencies show their capacity and show their presence, some states have started what we call show of force or show of strength. as a way to ward off troublemakers. I believe that across the Federation, the security agencies, the joint security agencies should commence immediately the show of force as a way to tell those who may want to foment trouble that we're on ground and we do not be tolerated. And politicians themselves also will need to be mindful of their movements at this hour and at this point. Security agencies are ready. Nigerians are also ready. Well, we just need peace to reign, not violence.
I'll take you on your last words. Let peace reign and not violence, and hopefully we get that on Saturday. Our security expert, Patrick Agbambo, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Moving on, United States President Joe Biden has called for peaceful and credible elections in Nigeria on Saturday, February the 25th. On Thursday commended the signing of the peace accord by the presidential candidates on Wednesday. Biden said by signing the pledge, the parties and candidates have committed to accept the result announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and to support a peaceful transition of power. More than 93 million registered voters are going to the polls to queue up behind their favorite candidates in the presidential and National Assembly elections. The head of mission of ECOWAS Election Observer Delegation to Nigeria and the former president of Sierra Leone, Ernest Koroma, has expressed confidence that President Muhammadu Buhari's commitment to free and credible elections would enhance peaceful democratic transition in Nigeria. The former Sierra Leone president made the remark while on a courtesy visit to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja. Koroma said Nigeria's election is important to the sustainability of democracy in Africa, adding that the ECOWAS mission have deployed 250 observers for the upcoming elections. On his part, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyeama, appreciated the efforts of the former president of Sierra Leone, Ernest Koroma, in ensuring democracy is entrenched in ECOWAS sub-region.
Everybody is very anxious, everybody is keen on being part of this process, and we feel very proud and honored to be part of the process. And we hope that at the end of it all, the outcome will be an elections that will be accepted by the people as a reflection of their will. We are happy to note that President Buhari has made it a commitment to ensure that the free and fairness of these elections becomes part of his legacy.
Thank you very, very much indeed for the time you're taking and the sacrifices you're making to be here to contribute your share and your experience in helping to shepherd us through this election process. We don't take it for granted, and we thank you very, very much indeed on behalf of Mr. President, President Muhammadu Buhari, and the Nigerian people. President Buhari has made it clear that he absolutely wants this to be his legacy, a peaceful transfer.
The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, says President Muhammadu Buhari has not acted in breach of the Supreme Court's injunction restraining the federal government from imposing a deadline on the use of old Naira notes. Speaking at the 67th Ministerial Press Briefing at the State House on Thursday, the AGF said there are multiple ways around the order of the Supreme Court. On February the 8th, the Apex Bank issued an injunction restraining the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, from giving effect to the deadline on the use of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes following an ex parte application brought before the court by three northern states, Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states.
Within the context of what constitutes a rule of law in the Nigerian situation, where an order is made by a court, you have multiple options. But let me state, before even addressing the issue of the options available at our disposal as a government, the fact clearly that we are not in breach of any order made by the court, inclusive of any order associated with the Naira design. redesign, we are not in breach. I believe, I'm not a banker, but you have not gone further to establish which bank is it that you have gone to present a 1,000 or 500 naira note that has been rejected. So we are not in breach. So, but then assuming we are in breach, the fact remains that this matter is sub judice, as you rightly know, it's been contested before the Supreme Court. And when an order is made, you have multiple options within the context of the rule of law. One, you are entitled as a matter of right, if the facts and evidence support your position, to apply for setting it aside. The position of the law, legal jurisprudence is clear. Once you are attacking, and then seeking for a setting aside of an existing order of the court, you cannot be said to be operating in breach when you presented your application for setting aside. If the court is not an apex court, you equally have a right of appeal and support the right of appeal with an application for stay of execution order. So the bottom line of what I'm trying to state is the matter is sub judice, and within the context of this rule of law, we are doing government in terms of ensuring that the right of the government within the context of the Naira redesign is being protected. So we are not in breach.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, federal government names winner of 700 megawatt Zungeru plant concession. Details of the story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. Troops of Operation World Punch have arrested 3 terrorists at Damba community in Chukun local government area of Kaduna State. According to the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadani, one of the arrested terrorists confessed to being one of the masterminds of the March 28, 2022 Abuja-Kaduna train attack. We also told you that gunmen have killed Oyibo Chukwu, the candidate of the Labour Party for Saturday's Enugu East Senatorial District election. Chukwu was reportedly killed at Amechi Akwonawo in Enugu South, LG of Enugu on Wednesday when gunmen opened fire on his convoy. The gunmen were also said to have killed 5 of his supporters who were with him in the car. In case you missed any of our news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us on Lime Export TV or log on to our website at www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are at TV360 Online. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the flu vaccine has seen as 68% effective at preventing hospitalizations in children, but has been less protective for seniors this season. For people with weak immune systems, the vaccine reduced the risk of hospitalization by 44% in one study and 30% in another. Flu cases surged last fall after 2 years in which the virus circulated at low levels due to the masking and social distancing measures put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic. Data from the new Office for National Statistics, ONS, indicates that people from ethnic minority backgrounds are no longer significantly more likely to die of COVID-19. Analysts looked at mortality rates for different ethnic communities between January and November 2022, when Omicron was the dominant COVID variant. Early in the pandemic, deaths involving coronavirus were higher among Black and Asian people than white persons. We'll take a breather now, but News Now returns shortly. To stay with us.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. Two of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, so... Oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We're only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Friend. Hey. Okay, which came out with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption in the force, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. Simi Saladigun joins us now for more stories and business. Over to you, Simi.
Thank you very much, Falashade. Welcome to Business News. The federal government has announced the preferred bidder for the concession of the 700 megawatts Zangero hydroelectric power plant for a fee of over $70 million per year for a period of 30 years. It named the preferred bidder as Mainstream Energy Solutions Limited and also announced the approval of the merger of Egbin Power Plant with KEP Co-Energy Resources Nigeria Limited. The 700 megawatts capacity Zongero HPP is Nigeria's second largest hydroelectricity power station behind the Kainji Dam hydroelectric power plant, which has a capacity of 760 megawatts. The Central Bank of Nigeria has debunked rumors of its plans to hold financial transactions from the 23rd to the 27th of February 2023 ahead of the upcoming elections. Sharing a copy of the said message via its verified Instagram page on Wednesday, the CBN explained that the report was false and advised the public to beware of fake news. The rumors come amid the Naira redesign policy and currency swap, which had resulted in scarcity of cash across several regions in the country. I'll take a break here and return with stock market report. It's another day in the bulls for investors on the Nigerian Exchange Limited as the market furthered its gaining streak by 0.61%. Meanwhile, the market capitalization still maintains the 29.7 trillion naira mark. Now, looking at Thursday's market performance, 142 million volume of shares valued at over 1 billion naira was exchanged in 2,651 deals. Now, despite low sentiment ahead of the elections, trading ended with 28 gainers against 10 losers. Boa Foods and MRS Oil majorly increased the market's earnings with a combined gain of 108 naira. Now, global stocks turned lower as Fed still weighed in on interest rate hikes. Now, so here we see that all our select foreign stocks, that's the UK's FTSE, the US Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei, recorded losses. That's it on the stock market report. For Lashade, back to you.
Well, many thanks, Simi, for that update. And on the foreign scene, at least 96 people have been killed in more than 2 weeks of clashes between security forces and clan members in the breakaway Somali region of Somaliland. A hospital director in the contested town of Las Anod said 96 has died and 560 were wounded. Meanwhile, the United Nations say more than 185,000 people have been displaced by the violence. And out of sport, Erik ten Hag has met with Alex Ferguson ahead of Manchester United's Europa League clash against Barcelona on Thursday, admitting his side needs to produce their best performance of the season to progress. The European heavyweights go toe-to-toe in the return leg of their playoff at a packed Old Trafford after a thrilling 2-2 draw last week, with the winner progressing to the last 16. The Red Devils have made huge strides since under new manager Ten Hag this season, but the Dutchman says the litmus test of his team's progress is winning silverware. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Force Operation Hadenkai in the northeast zone of the country conducted various offensive operations in villages, mountains, roads and towns in Goza, Bama, Gubio, Bio, Dikwa, Mongunu and Konduga local government areas of Borno State, as well as Mubi in Mubi local government area of Adamawa State. Several raid, fighting patrols and ambush operations were conducted to curb the activities of terrorists and other criminal elements within the joint operational area. Notably, between 8 and 13 February 2023, troops, while acting on credible intelligence, ambushed Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists at locations within Goza, Mafa, and Bama local government areas of Borno State. At all these locations, troops made contacts with the terrorists, during which 10 terrorists were neutralized while others fled in disarray with gunshot wounds. Troops exploited the general areas and recovered 6 AK-47 rifles, 38 rounds of 7.62mm special, 71 rounds of 45mm ammunition, 50 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 5 den guns, 4 AK-47 rifle magazine, 4 motorcycles, 2 pairs of desert camouflage, 28 bundles of mats, clothing materials, medical supplies, and Bafeng radios, among other sundry items. Equally, troops while on fighting patrol between 9th and 21st February 2023 made contact with Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists at villages within Goza, Jere, and Bama local government areas of Borno State. During this engagement, troops neutralized 7 of the terrorists, while others fled with severe gunshot wounds. Troops also recovered 2 AK-47 rifles loaded with 10 rounds of 7.62mm special ammunition. Other items recovered are 3 den guns, medical supplies, mobile phone, motorcycles, clothing materials, among other items. Furthermore, between 9th and 20th February 2023, troops arrested 11 Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorist logistics suppliers at several locations within Borno and Adamawa State. Items recovered from them included assorted clothing materials, medical supplies, large quantity of items suspected to be hard drugs, livestock, 138 jerrycans of premium motor spirit, and other sundry items. Also, on 11 February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to a distress call on the activities of terrorists in Malam Maja in Dikwa local government area of Borno State. However, the terrorists fled on sighting troops. The general area was exploited and troops rescued 20 abducted civilians. Consequently, within the weeks in focus, troops in the northeast zone of the country recovered 17 AK-47 rifles, 9 den guns, 12 AK-47 rifle magazines, 86 rounds of 7.62mm special, 71 rounds of 45mm ammunition, and 145 rounds of 7.62mm NATO. Other items recovered include 132 jerrycans of premium motor spirit, 6 motorcycles, 1 vehicle, medical supplies, livestock, 28 bundles of mats, assorted clothing materials, mobile phones, and other sundry items. Troops equally neutralized 27 terrorists and arrested 18 logistic suppliers, spies, and informants of the terrorists at different locations within the theater, as well as rescued 20 abducted civilians, while a total of 252 Boko Haram terrorists and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists and members of their family, comprising 24 adult male, 79 adult female, and 150 children surrendered to own troops at different locations within the theater of operation. All recovered items, rescued civilians, and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action, while the surrendered Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists and members of their families are being profiled for further action. Relatively, the air component of Operation Hadankai conducted several air interdiction operations against terrorist enclave and logistic base in support of the ground troops. Notably, on 13th February 2023, following intelligence report that revealed the gathering of some wanted terrorist top commanders and leaders who had assembled at Mandara Mountains to re-strategize on their terrorist activities. Consequently, an air interdiction operation was carried out at the location. Feedback revealed that the airstrike dealt a massive blow on the terrorists, as several of the terrorists were reported to have been neutralized, including some key commanders, while others escaped with severe injuries. A similar operation was conducted in Wuye Fishing Pound area of Borno State, following the sighting of about 50 terrorists in the general area. The location was subsequently bombarded and several of the terrorists were neutralized in the airstrike. Equally, on 19 February 2023, an anti-addiction operation was conducted at identified terrorist enclave at Timbuktu Triangles in Damboa local government area of Borno State. The operation was carried out following intelligence reports that revealed the stockpiling of weapons and supplies at the Timbuktu Triangle to sustain the Islamic State of West African Province and Boko Haram terrorist activities. It was further revealed that the location is one of the enclaves from which the terrorists launched attack against the Maiduguri-Damboa general area. Hence, the location was bombarded, and reliable feedback revealed that several of the terrorists were neutralized and their weapons and structures destroyed in the airstrike. In the same vein, another air interdiction operation was conducted at identified Islamic State of West African Province terrorist enclave in Baraga and Dogon Chukum, both in the southern and northern Tumbus on 20th February 2023. At these locations, intelligence revealed that terrorists were converging and massing up to plan attacks in the general area. Consequently, the locations were targeted and bombarded. Reliable reports confirmed that several of the terrorists were neutralized in the airstrike. Now to the North Central Zone. Troops of Operation Safe Haven, as well as other operations in the North Central Zone, have sustained the offensive against terrorists and other criminal elements in their general area of operations. In furtherance to this, operational activities were conducted at different locations and villages within Jos South, Wase, and Bokos local government area of Plateau State. Other locations, and as well as other locations within the theater of operations. Notably, within 16th and 18th February 2023, troops on patrol responded to a distress call on the kidnapping incident at Kwanyam Fulani along Jos Abuja Road in Jos South local government area of Plateau State. Troops mobilized to the location and engaged the criminals in a firefight, who fled. Troops searched the general area and rescued 10 abducted civilians. Troops equally engaged some criminal elements in Yelwan Nono village in Bokos local government area of Plateau State, who fled in disarray, during which 4 civilians were also rescued. Troops also responded to robbery activities at Anguldil village in Jos South local government area of Plateau State on the same day. Troops mobilized to the location and made contact with the criminals, who equally fled. Troops mobilized the general area and recovered 1 fabricated rifle, 1 pistol, and 76 Russell cattle. Troops also, on 9 February 2023, while on a checkpoint duty at Katsina Ala of Benue State, intercepted a vehicle and arrested 2 suspected gun runners. Troops recovered 1 FN rifle with a fully loaded magazine, 1 pump-action gun, a motorcycle, and 3 mobile phones. Accordingly, within a week in review, troops recovered 1 FN rifle with a fully loaded magazine, 1 pump-action, 3 locally fabricated rifle, 5 rounds of 7.62mm special, 4 locally fabricated pistol, 3 motorcycles, 8 mobile phones, 7 bags of substance suspected to be Indian hemp, 76 Russell cattle, and other sundry items. Troops equally neutralized 1 criminal, arrested 18 suspected criminals, and rescued 14 abducted civilians. All recovered items, arrested suspects, and rescued civilians have been handed over to relevant authorities for further action. Now we look at the northwest zone of the country. Troops of Operation Harold Daji and other operations have continued to sustain their dominance over the menace of terrorists and other criminal elements in the northwest zone of the country. Precisely between 9th and 12th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to information on terrorist activities in Giwa, Biriningwari, and Zango-Kata local government areas of Kaduna State. In these operations, troops made contact with the terrorists, and following the firefight, troops neutralized 5 terrorists while others fled with gunshot wounds. Troops equally exploited the general area and recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 1 locally fabricated rifles loaded with 37 rounds of 7.62mm special, magazine carrier, 3 motorcycles, mobile phones, among other sundry items, while 7 abducted civilians were also rescued during these operations. In the same vein, between 16th and 19th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to terrorist activities in Tumba and Ghana Kambas Sawa village in Sabon Birni local government area of Sokoto State. During the engagement, troops neutralized 4 terrorists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle and 3 motorcycles, as well as rescued 13 civilians earlier kidnapped by the terrorists. Similarly, the troops of Operation Wild Punch on 4th February 2023 responded to information on the presence of Boko Haram terrorists and Islamic State of West African Province terrorists Kingpin at Damba community in Chukum local government area of Kaduna State. Subsequently, troops mobilized to the location and arrested 3 terrorists. One of the terrorists arrested was identified as one of the mastermind of the 20th March 2022 terrorist attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train services. Following the operation, troops recovered 2 motorcycles, 2 mobile phones, and the sum of $5,000, as well as other currencies and sundry items. Also on 16 February 2023, troops on fighting patrol made contact with terrorists at Ngwambiri in Kujuru local government area of Kaduna State. Following the firefight, troops neutralized 7 terrorists while others fled. Troops exploited the general area and recovered 83 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 50 rounds of 7.62mm special, 7 magazines, 5 motorcycles, and 3 mobile phones, among other items. Also on 20th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol to Ghana Oil village in Bogu local government area of Niger State recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, 4 magazines, 66 rounds of 7.62mm special ammunition, and 7 Boko Haram and Islamic State of West African Province terrorist flags. Consequently, within the weeks in review, troops in the northwest zone of the country recovered 10 AK-47 rifles, 83 rounds of 7.62mm NATO, 238 rounds of 7.62mm special, 2 locally fabricated rifles, 1 locally fabricated pistol, 7 magazines, 19 motorcycles, mobile phones, 30 Russell cattle, and other sundry items. Troops also neutralized 23 terrorists and arrested 9, as well as rescued 23 adopted civilians. All recovered items, rescued civilians were handed over to relevant authorities for further action, while arrested terrorists were documented for further action. Equally, the air component of Operation Hazard in Daji conducted a series of air interdiction operations to disseminate and deny the terrorists freedom of action within the zone. Specifically, on 13th February 2023, an air interdiction operation was conducted based on intelligence report on terrorist gathering for a wedding ceremony at a location within Safana local government area of Katsina State. Feedback recorded that several of the terrorists were neutralized in the airstrike. Another air interdiction operation was conducted at identified terrorist location within Kanakara and Batsari local government area in Katsina State. Feedback revealed that several terrorists were neutralized in both airstrikes. In another development, the air component of Operation Wild Punch on 14th February 2023 equally conducted air interdiction operations at identified terrorist locations in Riwaya in Kaduna State. The locations was observed to be active with terrorist activities. Accordingly, the identified targets were engaged and bombarded. destroying several of the terrorists and neutralizing several of the terrorists and destroying their structures. Now to the South-South zone. Troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Delta Safe and other operations in the South-South region of the country have continued to sustain the war against oil theft, illegal refinery, and other criminal activities in the Niger Delta through aggressive patrols, raids, and clearance operations, among other activities. Operations were conducted at the creeks, waterway, high sea towns, cities of Bayelsa, Delta, and Rivers State, respectively, which yielded appreciable results. Precisely on 11 February 2023, troops raided and identified criminal houses at different locations within Isoko South Local Government Area of Delta State and arrested 8 suspects. Troops also recovered 10 den guns, 1 GPMG belt with 112 rounds of 7.62 millimeter NATO ammunition, 340 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special, 2 AK-47 magazine, 3 G3 rifle magazine, 1 pair of woodland camouflage with berets, 8 mobile phones, Boafeng radios, substance suspected to be hard drugs, and other sundry items. On the same day, troops raided and identified notorious criminal hideouts who has been on the wanted list of troops at Abu Abo local government area of Rivers State, who fled on sighting troops. Troops searched the general area and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle with a magazine loaded with 10 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special ammunition. Additionally, troops of Operation Delta Safe in the conduct of Operation Octopus Grip and other operations in the South-South zone of the country within the weeks in review recovered and destroyed 61 illegal refinery sites, 289 storage tanks, 167 ovens, 19 dugout pits, and 13 wooden boats. Troops equally recovered 250,500 liters of automotive gas oil, 75,000 liters of crude oil, 2,000 liters of premium motor spirits, 20 assorted weapons, 359 variety of ammunition, 10 vehicles, 2 speedboats, 2 pumping machines, and 2 outboard engines, while a total of 142 suspected criminals were also arrested. All recovered items and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. It is worthy to note that the sum of 222,338,430 naira were denied oil theft within the week under review. Equally, the air component of Operation Delta Safe carried out a series of air interdiction operations within the theater of operation that recorded some remarkable achievements. Notably, on 9 February 2023, an air interdiction operation was conducted at Boku, Bokiri, and identified illegal oil refinery sites and refining tanks and reservoirs loaded with suspected illegal refined products were seen and bombarded. After the airstrike, it was observed that an explosion took off which burned down the storage tanks and reservoirs in that location. Now to the southeast zone of the country. Troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Udoka in the southeast zone of the country have sustained the fight against the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorists aimed at restoring peace and normalcy in the zone. Notably, on 19 February 2023, troops made contact with the terrorists while responding to an attack on a location along Umulere Onitsha Road. Following the engagement, troops neutralized 5 terrorists, arrested 2 and recovered 1 AK-56 rifle, 1 M70 AB2 rifle, 2 loaded magazines, explosive, 1 vehicle, among other items. Troops equally had a meeting engagement with the criminals between 13th and 18th February 2023 at a location within Okigwe local government area of Imo State. The operation was carried out based on an intelligence report about the regrouping of the terrorists at that location. During the encounter, troops neutralized 1 terrorist while others fled. However, troops exploited the general area and recovered 5 rounds of 7.62mm special, 19 cartridges, 2 locally handheld explosive, large quantity of substance suspected to be hard drugs, and other sundry items. Also, troops in conjunction with other security agencies raided several identified indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorist camp within Inhiala local government area of Anambra State. Following the encounter in these operations, troops neutralized 2 terrorists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle loaded with 14 rounds of 7.62mm special, 8 motorcycles, 3 vehicles, mobile phones, among other items. Troops equally arrested 13 of the terrorists. Equally, troops between 19th and 20th February 2023 responded to the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorist attack on Oyi and Onitsha South local government area in Anambra State. In both incidences, troops made contact with the terrorists, and following the firefight, troops neutralized 8 terrorists while others fled. Troops also recovered 5 AK-47 rifle, 1 pump-action rifle, 7 cartridges, 2 vehicles, 1 petrol bomb, among other items. Also, troops in conjunction with the Department of State Services on 8 February 2023 arrested 2 suspected gun runners in Anambra and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle with 3,985 rounds of 7.62mm special ammunition buried in a shallow trench. Consequently, within the week in focus, troops recovered 9 AK-47 rifle, 1 M70 AB2 rifle, 1 AK-56 rifle, 1 pump-action rifle, 3,924,000 rounds of 7.62mm special, 20 cartridges, explosive, mobile phones, 10 motorcycles, 14 vehicles, and other sundry items. Troops also neutralized 18 indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorists, while arresting 18, including a high-profile gun runner. All recovered items and apprehended terrorists have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. Equally, the air component of Operation Udoka conducted all interdiction operations in response to intelligence reports on the activities of the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network terrorists at a high ground within Inhiala local government area of Anambra State. The location was observed to be active with terrorist activities with various structures as well as their flag hoisted in the location. Subsequently, the target was bombarded, neutralizing several terrorists as well as destroying their structure. Finally, to the southwest zone of the country. Troops of Operation Awase in the southwest region of the country have continued to clamp down on the activities of criminal elements within the general area of operation. Between 15th and 17th February 2023, troops in conjunction with other security agencies carried out raid operations to identify criminal hideout in Akala community and Ajah general area in Mushi and Etiosa local government area of Lagos State. During the operations, troops arrested 110 suspected drug peddlers comprising of 96 male and 5 female, as well as recovered assorted substances suspected to be hard drugs and the sum of 82,000 naira only, among other sundry items. At Akala community, while 16 suspects were also arrested in the raid at a hideout in Ajah general area all in Lagos State. Items recovered from the suspect include axes, cutlasses, hammers, jackknife, large quantity of substance suspected to be hard drug, and a sum of 700,000 naira only, among other items. Operational activities were also conducted in Ondo, Oyo, Osun, Ogun, and Ekiti states. Consequently, within the weeks in review, troops arrested 117 suspected drug peddlers, 34 suspected criminals, large quantity of suspects suspected to be hard drugs, as well as a sum of 782,000 naira only was also recovered. All recovered items and apprehended suspects have been handed over to appropriate authorities for further action. On a final note, I wish to once again convey the Military High Command commendation on their troops and other security agencies' efforts in the various theater of operations across the country. The media community is also acknowledged in their partnership and continued cooperation with the military and other security agencies in our quest to restore peace and security to our dear country. Also, the entire populace is hereby appreciated for their support given to the armed forces and other security agencies in the conduct of our various operations across the country, while also urging them to continue to provide prompt and credible information on the activities of terrorists and other criminal elements in their respective areas. Thank you all for your attention, and God bless you all.
Nigeria's constitution, like America's,
begins with a simple and profound idea: we the people.
And during this election, you, the people of Nigeria, have a chance to make your voices heard, to choose your future.
The United States does not support any individual candidate for office.
But we strongly support a peaceful election
that reflects the will of the people of Nigeria.
Because free and fair elections in Nigeria help create a freer and fairer world for everyone.
Your vote matters. This election matters, not only to Nigerians, but to the rest of the world.
We're invested in your success. Our shared democratic futures depend on it.
Go to inecnigeria.org to prepare to vote, because your voice matters.
The Nigerian people have a friend and partner in the United States of America.
On the news tonight, troops arrest mastermind of Abuja-Kaduna train attack. Gunmen murder Labour Party senatorial candidates in Enugu State. And security agencies warn those threatening conduct of 2023 elections vow to deal with pose interrupters. Well, many thanks for joining us on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Troops of Operation Wheel Punch have arrested 3 terrorists at Damba community in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State. According to Director Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadami, one of the arrested terrorists confessed to being one of the masterminds of the March 28, 2022 Abuja-Kaduna train attack. He added that troops mobilized to the location on Valentine's Day and recovered 2 motorcycles, 2 mobile phones, the sum of $5,000, as well as some other currencies.
Troops of Operation Harold Daji and other operations have continued to sustain their dominance over the menace of terrorists and other criminal elements in the northwest zone of the country. Precisely between 9th and 12th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to information on terrorist activities in Giwa, Birnin-Gwari, and Zango-Kata local government areas of Kaduna State. In these operations, troops made contact with the terrorists, and following the firefight, troops neutralized 5 terrorists while others fled with gunshot wounds. Troops equally exploited the general area and recovered 3 AK-47 rifles, 1 locally fabricated rifles loaded with 37 rounds of 7.62mm special, magazine carrier, 3 motorcycles, mobile phones, among other sundry items, while 7 abducted civilians were also rescued during these operations. In the same vein, between 16th and 19th February 2023, troops on fighting patrol responded to terrorist activities in Tumba and Ghana Kambas Sawa village in Sabon Birni local government area of Sokoto State. During the engagement, troops neutralized 4 terrorists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle and 3 motorcycles, as well as rescued 13 civilians earlier kidnapped by the terrorists.
Gunmen have killed Oyibo Chukwu, the candidates of the Labour Party for Saturday's Enugu East Senatorial District election. Chukwu was reportedly killed at Amechi Awunawa in Enugu South LGA of Enugu on Wednesday when gunmen opened fire on his convoy. The gunmen were also said to have killed 5 of his supporters who were with him in the car. The chairman of the Labour Party in Enugu State, Kasmi Agbo, who confirmed the incident on Thursday morning, said that the attackers were not unknown gunmen, as widely reported, insisting that what happened was a political assassination. Chukwu's death comes days before the presidential and National Assembly elections in the country. Security agencies, including the Armed Forces, Police and the Department of State Services, among others, have vowed to deal with anyone who attempts to subvert Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections. At a joint news conference in Abuja, the Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tuko Guso, said security agencies are prepared to use force on anyone caught trying to subvert the general election. On his part, the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, added that the restriction of movement from midnight on Friday until after the election on Saturday will be strictly enforced, as it warns non-voters to stay away from polling units. Also speaking, the spokesperson of the DSS, Peter Afunaya, explained that the service remains committed to protecting the nation's democracy.
The Armed Forces of Nigeria is committed to strong and vibrant constitutional democracy. We are very loyal to the Nigerian state, and we are ready to defend democracy at all costs. During the election period, all our normal operations and duties will continue simultaneously across the country. Operation Safe Conduct has been activated to provide guidance to the armed forces of Nigeria during the general elections. The Defense Headquarters has established a monitoring team in conjunction with other security agencies that will oversee the process in FCT and all the 6 geopolitical zones of the country.
There will not be any movement, regular movement, or the so-called Okada movement, or tricycle movement, or boats on the waterways. Restriction Order is very, very key at this point in time for us to have a well-organized security arrangement for the success of the electoral process. Exceptions to this restriction will include accredited members of the press. You agree with me with this season journalism we practice in Nigeria, almost everybody is a journalist, but you can't just tell me everybody will go out there to monitor this election. You can monitor election anywhere to write a report, but for those that will be allowed to move from one point to another are those that are accredited by INEC. I don't accredit any journalist. We security agencies don't accredit any journalist to move. So the INEC has done that, and they are giving them tax. Don't move out without the tax, so that you don't be embarrassed.
Joining me to speak on the state of insecurity in Nigeria and security agencies' preparedness to curb electoral violence, security expert Patrick Agbambu joins me now. Thank you very much for your time. Now, it's said that even in 2023, Nigeria has not moved past the culture of politically motivated killings and assassinations. Why is this still a problem in Nigeria of today?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's actually a sad development, but I would say that it's not unexpected. On the 19th of this February, a Security Watch Africa initiative released a security threats analysis report of what security will be like during and after the 2023 general elections. And the Southeast is on a high alert flashpoint for obvious reasons. One is that a faction of the IPOP had said there wouldn't be election in the Southeast, and they have their government available to enforce that, which they have been enforcing. Natural fact. So we also have some of the politicians who are aggrieved, who may want to use the cover of the unknown government to actually perpetrate one or two acts. So in the Southeast, it's a flashpoint, and one or two other states across the country in the South will also be, and even in the Southwest will also be a flashpoint. It's something that I believe that now we should go beyond having violence during elections, but it's not only in Nigeria, it's across the globe. Once there's election period, the situation is tensed, but it depends on how the politicians, the political gladiators, talk to their followers. Some still have not learned the lessons of following the path of peace, so they still want to intimidate their opponent and create fears in the society as a way of winning or whatever. So just as you said, in this new time, this time we are, 2023, we expect that politicians and their supporters should follow the path of peace, but it's sad that this is still happening.
Now, I want you to briefly tell us, the 2023 election is just less than 48 hours away. Do you think that Nigeria security agencies have their T's crossed and their I's dotted ahead of the election?
Yeah, I will tell you for sure that the security agencies are ready. Some of these things are not generally preventable crimes. These are not crimes that you can say you will stop, because they are premeditated crimes. But I believe that the earlier the security agencies show their capacity and show their presence, some states have started what we call show of force or show of strength as a way to ward off troublemakers. I believe that across the Federation, the security agencies, the joint security agencies should commence immediately the show of force as a way to tell those who may want to foment trouble that we are on ground and we do not be tolerated. And politicians themselves also will need to be mindful of their movements at this hour and at this point. Security agencies are ready. Nigerians are also ready, but we just need peace to reign, not violence.
I'll take you on your last words. Let peace reign and not violence, and hopefully we get that on Saturday. Our security expert Patrick Agbambo, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Moving on, United States President Joe Biden has called for peaceful and credible elections in Nigeria on Saturday, February the 25th. President Biden, in a statement on Thursday, commended the signing of the peace accord by the presidential candidates on Wednesday. Biden said by signing the pledge, the parties and candidates have committed to accept the result announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and to support a peaceful transition of power. More than 93 million registered voters are going to the polls to queue up behind their favorite candidates in the presidential and National Assembly elections. The head of mission of ECOWAS election observer delegation to Nigeria and the former president of Sierra Leone, Ernest Koroma, has expressed confidence that President Muhammadu Buhari's commitment to free and credible elections would enhance peaceful democratic transition in Nigeria. The former Sierra Leone president made the remark while on a courtesy visit to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja. Koroma said Nigeria's election is important to the sustainability of democracy in Africa, adding that the ECOWAS mission have deployed 250 observers for the upcoming elections. On its part, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, appreciated the efforts of the former president of Sierra Leone, Ernest Koroma, in ensuring democracy is entrenched in ECOWAS sub-region.
Everybody is very anxious, everybody is keen on being part of this process, and we feel very proud and honored to be part of the process. And we hope that at the end of it all, the outcome will be an elections that will be accepted by the people as a reflection of their will. We are happy to note that President Buhari has made it a commitment to ensure that the free and fairness of these elections becomes part of his legacy.
Thank you very, very much indeed for the time you're taking and the sacrifices you're making to be here to contribute your share and your experience in helping to shepherd us through this election process. We don't take it for granted, and we thank you very, very much indeed on behalf of Mr. President, President Muhammadu Buhari, and the Nigerian people. President Buhari has made it clear that he absolutely wants this to be his legacy, a peaceful transfer.
The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, says President Muhammadu Buhari has not acted in breach of the Supreme Court's injunction restraining the federal government from imposing a deadline on the use of old Naira notes. Speaking at the 67th Ministerial Press Briefing at the State House on Thursday, the AGF said there are multiple ways around the order of the Supreme Court. On February the 8th, the Apex Bank issued an injunction restraining the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, from giving effect to the deadline on the use of the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes following an ex parte application brought before the court by three northern states, Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states.
Within the context of what constitutes a rule of law in the Nigerian situation, where an order is made by a court, you have multiple options. But let me state, before even addressing the issue of the options available at our disposal as a government, the fact clearly that we are not in breach of any order made by the court, inclusive of any order associated with the Naira redesign. We are not in breach. I believe, I'm not a banker, but you have not gone further to establish which bank is it that you have gone to present a 1,000 or 500 Naira note that has been rejected. So we are not in breach. So, but then assuming we are in breach, the fact remains that this matter is sub judice, as you rightly know, is being contested before the Supreme Court. And when an order is made, you have multiple options within the context of the rule of law. One, you are entitled as a matter of right, if the facts and evidence support your position, to apply for setting it aside. The position of the law, legal jurisprudence is clear. Once you are attacking, and then seeking for a setting aside of an existing order of the court, you cannot be said to be operating in breach when you presented your application for setting aside. If the court is not an apex court, you equally have a right of appeal and support the right of appeal with an application for stay of execution order. So the bottom line of what I'm trying to state is the matter is sub judice, and within the context of this rule of law, we are doing the needful as a government in terms of ensuring that the right of the government within the context of the Naira redesign is being protected. So we are not in breach.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, federal government names winner of 700 megawatt Zungeru plant concession. Details of the story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. Troops of Operation World Punch have arrested 3 terrorists at Damba community in Chukun local government area of Kaduna State. According to the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadani, one of the arrested terrorists confessed to being one of the masterminds of the March 28, 2022 Abuja-Kaduna train attack. We also told you that gunmen have killed Oyibo Chukwu, the candidate of the Labour Party for Saturday's Enugu East Senatorial District election. Chukwu was reportedly killed at Amechi Akwonawo in Enugu South, LG of Enugu on Wednesday when gunmen opened fire on his convoy. The gunmen were also said to have killed 5 of his supporters who were with him in the car. In case you missed any of our news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us on Lime Export TV or log on to our website at www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are at TV360 Online. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the flu vaccine has seen are 68% effective at preventing hospitalizations in children, but has been less protective for seniors this season. For people with weak immune systems, the vaccine reduced the risk of hospitalization by 44% in one study and 30% in another. Flu cases surged last fall after 2 years in which the virus circulated at low levels due to the masking and social distancing measures put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic. Data from the new Office for National Statistics, ONS, indicates that people from ethnic minority backgrounds are no longer significantly more likely to die of COVID-19. Analysts looked at mortality rates for different ethnic communities between January and November 2022, when Omicron was the dominant COVID variant. Early in the pandemic, deaths involving coronavirus were higher among Black and Asian people than white persons. We'll take a breather now, but News Now returns shortly. To stay with us.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. Two of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We're only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Friend. Hey. Which came up with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption in the force. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. Simi Saladigun joins us now for more stories and business. Over to you, Simi.
Thank you very much, Falashade. Welcome to Business News. The federal government has announced the preferred bidder for the concession of the 700 megawatts Zangero hydroelectric power plant for a fee of over $70 million per year for a period of 30 years. It named the preferred bidder as Mainstream Energy Solutions Limited and also announced the approval of the merger of Egbin Power Plant with KEP Co-Energy Resources Nigeria Limited. The 700 megawatts capacity Zangero HPP is Nigeria's second largest hydroelectricity power station behind the Kainji Dam hydroelectric power plant, which has a capacity of 760 megawatts. The Central Bank of Nigeria has debunked rumors of its plans to hold financial transactions from the 23rd to the 27th of February 2023 ahead of the upcoming elections. Sharing a copy of the said message via its verified Instagram page on Wednesday, the CBN explained that the report was false and advised the public to beware of fake news. The rumors come amid the Naira redesign policy and currency swap, which had resulted in scarcity of cash across several regions in the country. We'll take a break here and return with stock market report. It's another day in the bulls for investors on the Nigerian Exchange Limited as the market furthered its gaining streak by 0.61%. Meanwhile, the market capitalization still maintains the 29.7 trillion naira mark. Now, looking at Thursday's market performance, 142 million volume of shares valued at over 1 billion naira was exchanged in 2,651 deals. Now, despite low sentiment ahead of the elections, trading ended with 28 gainers against 10 losers. Boa Foods and MRS Oil majorly increased the market's earnings with a combined gain of 108 naira. Now, global stocks turned lower as Fed still weighed in on interest rate hikes. Now, so here we see that all our select foreign stocks, that's the UK's FTSE, the US Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei, recorded losses. That's it on the stock market report. For Lashade, back to you.
Well, many thanks, Simi, for that update. And on the foreign scene, at least 96 people have been killed in more than 2 weeks of clashes between security forces and clan members in the breakaway Somali region of Somaliland. A hospital director in the contested town of Las Anod said 96 has died and 560 were wounded. Meanwhile, the United Nations say more than 185,000 people have been displaced by the violence. And out of sport, Erik ten Hag has met with Alex Ferguson ahead of Manchester United's Europa League clash against Barcelona on Thursday, admitting his side needs to produce their best performance of the season to progress. The European heavyweights go toe-to-toe in the return leg of their playoff at a packed Old Trafford after a thrilling 2-2 draw last week, with the winner progressing to the last 16. The Red Devils have made huge strides since under new manager Ten Hag this season, but the Dutchman says the litmus test of his team's progress is winning silverware. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
for joining me on another edition of Startups. I am Abisola Adebayo. As usual on the program, we celebrate men and women who have passed the startup test, prevailed all limitations to making their dreams a reality, and are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. Today on the program, we'll be talking to two startup owners who are using technology to solve several challenges in the Nigerian society. Let's find out how.
Grey Hub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech related or tech inclined, come around to grow their businesses. My name is Raphael, Issa Raphael, and I'm the CEO and founder of Grace of Technology.
In recent years, Nigeria's rising unemployment rate has become the center of social and economic concern. The situation is so bad that data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that 1 out of every 3 Nigerians is unemployed. Seeing the rate of unemployment, which has led to increased poverty in the country, Issa Raphael decided to establish Grace of Technologies. In 2015, Graysoft started out as a service IT company that provides technology solutions to companies, but later in that year, the company decided to change its strategy after it almost ran out of business. In no time, Graysoft started equipping unemployed individuals in digital skills, helping them gain access to the opportunities available online.
It started as a service industry. It was a service IT company. But then in that same 2015, when there was a change in government, we noticed that the economy experienced a downturn. And what we saw happen was that company began to rapidly downsize. As a matter of fact, one of our famous projects then was a preventive maintenance. That means that we service systems, computer systems for companies. And then before anything happened, so they were on a routine maintenance plan. But then as companies began to downsize, what we saw was that people were no longer willing to do preventive maintenance. They wanted it to be reactive. They're like, oh, wait, let it go bad first. And then we began to run out of business. So we immediately had to change strategy. And so we decided to pursue that one vision, help people access digital opportunity. If we know that the world is a global space and there's no barrier whatsoever, it means that I can be here and work for people in the United States. It means that I can be here and work for people in Canada and in the UK and all of that. And so we do not now talk about the availability of jobs as to a given space or time. We don't say that there's job available in Nigeria or not. We're saying, are there jobs available globally? And the answer is yes. And we can't find enough people to do the jobs that are in those places. So we decided to go on a journey to have most people, especially Nigerians and by extension Africa, access these opportunities. Our mission now for Grace of Technologies is now to help people leverage technology for improved livelihood. So we decided to build that company to a brand where we are able to train people to acquire these skills, and also not just train them, but to help them see, recognize, and access, and finally utilize these opportunities to improve their life.
Grace of Technologies is situated in the heart of Kaduna, Nigeria's center of learning, Raphael says he made the decision to establish his company in the North Central state to help close the digital skills gap, which sadly is a luxury to a large section of its population.
I believe that the North is underserved, and you see that, as a matter of fact, for all the foreign direct investments that comes from Europe or from the West into Africa, as it were, Nigeria swallows 70% of it, right? And of the 70% that Nigeria takes, Lagos, the south, takes about 80–90% of that. You understand? And that's because they have structure. They understand what it means to have a properly functioning service industry. They have all of these hubs that we are just recently opening and all of that. So it becomes a very viable point for investors to go to because they've already built that structure. So Kaduna, as well as other northern states, are lacking there. This is why we decided to situate here in the north to ensure that these opportunities do not always miss us. You know, so we're trying to achieve proper structure for MSMEs, trying to see that startups are properly structured, especially those of them that are tech inclined. We're trying to see that we are able to solve our own problems right here in the north using technology. The good thing is that as of now, we have a governor who is, that's a person of His Excellency Governor El-Rufai, Ahmed El-Rufai. He's Nasir El-Rufai. He's someone who is tech inclined. He's tech savvy, someone who appreciates technology, and his government has done quite a lot of things that shows that yes, indeed, technology is the way forward. So as more people come into tech in the north, you know that it brings about accountability, it brings about effectiveness, it brings about transparency, and it brings about resourcefulness.
After 5 years of its establishment, Greysoft Technologies would later go ahead to launch Greysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners. Beyond skill acquisition, startups are often faced with the challenge of renting space. Other necessary expenses, such as electricity and internet bills, are often too much for a new company to bear. As a solution, Greysoft Technologies launched Greysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners.
GreyHub saw a bright light. GreyHub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry-focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech-related or tech-inclined, you know, come around to grow their businesses. You should really understand that when startups are starting, their greatest challenge, one of their greatest challenge, of course, will be to rent a facility. They don't even have money. They're just starting, right? And they can't recruit the proper team that they need at that level. They can't afford to pay salaries. When you come to they can't buy 24-hour electricity, neither can they buy 24-hour internet service. So when you come to this place for a very small token, right, you have access to GreyHub, which is the co-working space. You know, I think our smallest package is about 15,000. You know, so you can have access to 24-hour electricity, 24-hour light. You can have meetings with your clients in this place. You can have access to our business incubation and acceleration programs. You can have access to our business mentors. You have access to informal teams, and that means that the next person sitting by your side is just able to answer the next question that you're looking for someone to do for you. You want to design a logo or you want to do some digital marketing, the person on your side could do it for less than you could have paid someone. That's GreyHub.
Poised to be a one-stop shop for everything digital technology, the company has other sections. The Grey Tech section that services technology needs of companies, Grey Create that helps creatives leverage on technology to produce content, and then Grey Funds that assist entrepreneurs improve their income.
Now, Grey Tech is all that surrounds the whole idea of technology. We have an internal team where we build applications, we serve other clients, and build you know, solutions to various problems that people can afford to pay for and use to you know, solve their challenges. That's everything that has to do with Grey Tech. All right, Grey Create is everything that services the creative industry. And that's from local content or cultural creations to filmmaking, to music, as it were. And it will amaze you that we see things differently here. Music here is not just seen as an entertainment like it is seen in most places. At Great Create, we see music as a therapeutic tool. And we see that even dance, as it were, are things that people can use to exercise themselves instead of just for entertainment. That music also is also seen as a tool that is used to calm the mind sometimes. So we try to engage these things from this point of view. And of course, Grey Fund, like you said, finally, it's a sort of trading, forex trading we're trying to put together, but to mainly serve the grey soft community. As for people who are subscribed to us, we try to put a funding, a sort of a fund for them where they can get professionals trade for them to help them improve their income. And this is also so that they might not necessarily even look forward to paying next month's subscription, depending on what they've invested. Depending on the profit that they make from the Grey Fund, these profits can cover for their next subscriptions, and then they also make something in return. This is just seeing that the community is able to serve them and to give back to them.
Raphael says even though funding was an initial challenge for the organization, Greysoft has been able to overcome this challenge through its focus on empowering people.
Our major challenge so far, since we started in 2015, of course, was funding, and that's why we stopped at a point, and the various government instability as per policies that came on, the taxing policies and all of that put together. But of course, as it is now, with the hub coming through, and as our vision begins to come clearer and centers more around people, we have decided to concentrate and focus solely on empowering people. And since that's our main target, you see a lot of people coming around to learn stuff here for free. Of course, there are some premium courses, but then you see a lot of people coming here to learn stuff for free. And because of the things that they are able to learn, they also want to give back to also stay and train more people. And of course, that now reduces the number of people that you want to pay for, because they have learned for free, and they're also willing to train other people also for free. So funding, as it were, is no longer a problem for us, because we have a culture where money as it is not what drives us here. We seek after creating value.
The advent of the global coronavirus pandemic has drawn focus to the importance of supporting entrepreneurs with technology. This has helped Greysoft contribute to its success story. Among other things, the company is now a certified Certiport authorized testing center, licensed to give certifications for digital skills worldwide.
As a matter of fact, Greysoft is a certified Certiport authorized testing center. So we are licensed to give professional certifications for courses, Microsoft related courses, IBM, Adobe courses, and all of these professional standard courses. Very much recently, I'd even tell you that we, on our launch, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the Kuka Center, where Bishop Matthew Kuka himself was here. And that is the whole essence of that MOU is to sponsor an award series for young Africans. I'm talking continentally, young Africans who are doing exploits in the ICT industry, so that we can use that to encourage young people abroad, to come back to Africa, come back from diaspora, come back to Africa and strengthen their own countries.
For Raphael, the big plan is to make a global impact by empowering entrepreneurs across the country that would empower others to build businesses across Nigeria and Africa at large, with the belief that the domino effect can generate revenue for Nigeria's economy and drive down its unemployment index.
Well, just like Raphael said, the world is now a digital space that we have no choice but to adjust to the new normal. And Wabi Nigeria in Lagos couldn't agree more. They are helping local retailers adapt to the new normal by bringing them on board in the digital space.
Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola. Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. My name is Omolara Adagbodo, and I'm the country manager at Wabi Nigeria.
Nigeria's informal retail market is currently worth over $100 billion and continues to grow by the day, significantly contributing to the nation's economy. But this promising sector is plagued with the challenges of poor logistics, as retailers and traditional stores who dominate the market have issues getting goods from the distributors and wholesalers. They would have to go through the stress of visiting the market, search for products to buy, and even transport them to their stores. This process is usually time, energy, and resources consuming. Seeing this challenge, Wabi decided to open a country office in Nigeria to digitize the existing traditional trade channels and allow wholesalers and distributors in the FMCG space sell their product directly to the traditional stores online.
In Nigeria, we have two parts of the business that we will be working very hard to grow: Wabi 2B and Wabi 2U. Today, Wabi 2B is live. And Wabi 2B is that section of the business that helps these retail outlets order products from wholesalers that are around them. So imagine someone who's used to going into the open market to ask for prices on products, moving from one shop to the other, getting to a point where they can order all the products they need on one platform in the comfort of their shops. We see that the traditional trade channels are being left behind in the digital mode. So what is happening, and what we see going on, is that digital commerce, e-commerce as it were, is building giants even in the space of selling groceries and daily needs. So it is important to make sure our traditional trade channels are able to play in the digital world to be prepared for a great digital move as we have seen is going on. Now they see the need to go online. Now they have incentives to make them want to buy online, because they see that why do I need to stress to go to the market, right? Somebody is going to give me the products I need at the best prices, and I can get everything I need in one place. So it becomes easier for them to transact.
Wabi 2B is a digital platform where wholesalers can sell directly to retailers. On the platform, retailers can compare their prices, which gives them the opportunity to buy at the best price, and as a result, they make increments in sales.
Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. So it's easy to know which products people are selling from which products people are buying, basically. So our retail outlets, when our field sales guys would go out to them, they would be the ones to say, we want this particular product, or we want this particular brand. Why don't you have this particular brand? then we source for those products. Because when we first launched, we launched with Coca-Cola products, and then we started going out to other companies to bring their products on board. And like you said, there's over 5,000 SKUs in Nigeria today. How to narrow it down is to know what our customers are purchasing. And to know what the end consumers will purchase is from what the retail outlets are asking for. So we take their feedback and we'll continue growing. And this is how we maintain good pricing as well. Because sometimes, you know, a wholesaler will say, I'm selling this product at this particular price, and the retail outlet will tell you that, no, I bought it 2 days ago in the market at this price. So we can challenge the wholesalers with those and make sure we keeping the best prices on the platform.
The startup is a brainchild of Coca-Cola Company, which is an international beverage distributor. Country manager of Wabi Nigeria, Lara Adagundo, says, although Coca-Cola's reputation eased Wabi's transition into Nigeria's FMCG sector, getting the company started is not a walk in the park. Getting customers on the platform was one of the early challenges the startup had to tackle.
We do have leverage, to be honest, in the sense that Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola, but it hasn't really stopped the challenges and the issues we'd face around getting people to want to actually do business online. Imagine a sales rep goes into a shop of Mommy Titi to say, oh, I want to put you online, you can now buy and sell online. They're suspicious immediately, right? Like, you want to defraud me, get out of my shop. And our guys did get that a lot in the beginning. And after that, we also had issues, you know, with retail outlets, wholesalers, not even wanting to go online at all because they believe that transacting online meant they were using their data. And they were very, very guided about their data. Greatest challenge we've had has been around logistics. And logistics is a challenge, not only for e-commerce businesses, but also for FMCG businesses in Nigeria. So this is a daily challenge that we work with, and we keep finding creative ways to solve.
Wabi's mode of operation is simple. To get the local retailers on the platform, sales representatives, who are referred to as Wabi hunters, go into communities, interact with local store owners on the convenience they enjoy when they register on the platform and place their orders.
So we have retail sales reps, as I mentioned earlier. They go directly to the shops. We have a specific number of sales reps who are assigned to certain areas, and they go directly to those shops and try to bring them on board. So they convince them with offers, deals, show them the platform, and then get them to register whilst they are there. For that crop of customers, we found that the best way to reach them is through one-to-one communication. So we have invested a lot in having field sales reps all across Lagos, speaking to them, bringing them on board. Once they bring them on board, the engagement starts, right? Then the retailers are able to place orders, and the retail sales reps, you know, continue to speak to them, getting what they need, getting feedback for the company, and then sending this through to us.
Since its launch in April 2021, the company has garnered over 10,000 retailers on the platform, with over 100 field sales representatives constantly engaging customers and gathering feedback. The company is set to launch Wabi to You, a platform that allows the local retailers they service sell to final consumers online.
Coronavirus time and the economy at hand currently. It's very tough for businesses like us because we play in the FMCG game, and if you are familiar with the FMCG game, you will know that it's just a game of numbers. You know, you just keep chasing targets, and little profits, you know, at the end of, you know, the whole quarter. But since Chimeze introduced Wabi to us, I remember I think we started in June. I was very reluctant. I'm like, this sounds stressful. That's, you know, because for example, I'll paint an instance to you. We buy from Asido, we buy from Nestle, we buy from Caraway, we buy from GB Foods. We have stipulated targets to meet at the end of every quarter. we forget the reason why we're in business, which is to make profit. Wabi has actually changed the experience for us because, for instance, if I buy my cowbell or my pig milk, I'm selling to the customer buying from me at cost price. You know, I'm sure you'll be wondering how we're making profit, right? But since we joined Wabi, we've been selling profitably, to be honest. I think in June, we recorded about 26,000, thereabouts, very small. In July, it was going, like she said, incremental sales. It was going up. Last month, we did 7 million naira sales. It sounds small still, right? But the profit on the 7 million is more than the businesses I've been doing with all my suppliers in the past. I don't need to say too much. Wabi is just the way to go. Wabi is the future. For instance, I sit at the convenience of my office, comfort of my office. The app pops up. Okay, I have 4 orders from Shomolu. I have 4 orders from Ikeja. I have from, So they keep opening up more spaces for me in Lagos to make sales. So that has been very, very wonderful. Right now, the sales is very overwhelming. As I'm speaking to you now, we are looking for more vans to be able to accommodate the order. It's not easy, to be honest, but they have created this niche for us wholesalers to be able to reach out to retailers that would originally or naturally not reach out to.
According to the International Labour Organization, the retail sector employs at least 142 million people in developing countries. Given the importance of the retail industry, services that startup like Wabi Nigeria offers is exactly what the economy needs to achieve economic viability.
That's all we have for you on this edition. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for watching.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Good morning, Nigeria, and welcome to another edition of What's Your Take? My name is Dayo Akintobi, and I'll be taking you through all the big stories that made the headlines this past week. Well, as you know, this is a very big week. This is election week. This Saturday, all things being equal, Nigeria will hold its presidential election for 2023. Now, with 6 days to go, there's still so much turmoil across the country, especially as occasioned by the issue of naira scarcity. Well, I'm happy to report that the fuel shortage is actually getting better. The queues are reducing and there's a bit more fuel in the system, but it is still not adequate and people are still going through pains to get petrol. But by and large, the bigger problem is the issue of naira scarcity, the issue of insecurity, and the issue of INEC's preparedness, because also in the news, there's been another attack on an INEC facility over this weekend. So these are some of the issues that we'll be looking at. And joining me to tell us about some of these stories is our newscaster, Yetunde Afolabi. Yetunde, how are you this morning?
Good morning, Dayo. I'm very well, thank you.
A very fine morning to you. How was your weekend and how did this issue of the naira scarcity affect you? Did you have any personal experiences, personal inconveniences, or were you in any way sidelined by virtue of the fact that you didn't have any cash in your pocket?
Well, I couldn't step out this weekend solely because of the cash, but I stepped out sometime last week and it was via an Uber. I told him I could offer cash, and he offered to give me a discount as well as pay for my lunch because he was excited to get cash for the trip. So it's not very pleasant not having cash in my pockets and my wallets, but let's see how it goes.
Yes, your experience is typical of many Nigerians, so you're not alone in that respect. All right, so let's, without further ado, get to look at some of the stories that made the headlines last week. Joining me to take a look at these stories and to take a deep dive into analyzing them is Deji Bademosi, a journalist based in Lagos. Welcome to the show, Deji.
Thank you very much.
It's wonderful having you with us today. All right, Yetunde, over to you. Tell us what you have for us on the first story.
Naira crisis. APC governors adamant, task President Buhari, Attorney General Malami, and CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele to obey Supreme Court order. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has asked the President, the Attorney General of the Federation, and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to obey the order of the Supreme Court on the implementation of the Naira swap policy.
Thank you, Yetunde. This seems unprecedented in the annals of Nigerian political history, that APC governors within the same party, will be going up against the leader of their party, the president, on a policy that they don't agree with. Usually you will find that governors toe the line and just fall in line with whatever the president says. Is this the first time this has ever happened? And what are the implications of El Rufai, Ganduje, and some of, even the chairman of the APC stood up yesterday at the end of the NWC meeting to say that they align with the Supreme Court's decision that the status quo should be maintained and the old notes should be allowed to continue to circulate until the Supreme Court makes a ruling on the matter. How do you see this? What's your take on this, Deji?
Well, of course, quite a number of people are actually surprised that the APC governors will be going against the president, who is, of course, the leader of their party. But I think this is very good for democracy, if you ask me. This is one policy that that affects the entire country, affects the common man. It affects everybody. So, and it's a policy that, whether we like it or not, is not popular. People are not really against the policy per se, but the implementation. So everyone is affected. These governors are representatives of the people.
But do you think the governors are fighting for the people or fighting for themselves?
Well, it's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there. And I think the governors may be fighting for themselves, but they're also fighting for the people as well. Because you can imagine the number of calls they would be getting from their constituents. Imagine the number of calls they'll be getting from their family members, their relatives, and everybody. Look, it really doesn't matter whether they are fighting for themselves or fighting for the people. The most important thing is, what exactly are they fighting for? What they are fighting for, would it be for the benefit of all? And the answer is yes. So I can understand. I mean, no doubt at all, one of the reasons, of course, you would say, politically speaking now, one of the reasons why the APC governors, of course, will be fighting against this is because, look, this is an election period. And whether you like it or not, their party is a party in power. This has not gone down well with the people of this country. So supposing the people of this country decide to take it out on their party. So what they are trying to do is to, you know, probably politically speaking now, to say, look, yes, it is true we're the party in power, but the truth is that, look, this is not our own making at all. We are not in support of this, and that is the reason why we're even rising up against our own president to say, no, we can't accept this. So for the first time, you have governors who belong to the same party as the president lining up against the president and saying, look, you know what, the Supreme Court has to be obeyed. And fortunately for them, they have the law on their side. So what they are now trying to do is, you know, to possibly force the government now to obey constitutional order, to obey the Supreme Court, to obey the law, to toe the line of legality.
But Deji, there's a school of thought. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not sure you are either. But there's a school of thought, having listened to public opinion, especially from lawyers in the last several days. There's one school of thought that says that since the CBN was not joined in the lawsuit, and also the CBN being an independent agency, that it's vested with the authority to do whatever it wants with the currency.
Now, let me ask you one thing there.
Yes, ask.
Who has been making pronouncements all this while?
In terms of the currency?
Yes.
The CBN.
Is it the CBN or the president? So, for instance, who for instance, gave the order for 200 naira notes to be the old notes? It's the president.
Yes, because the CBN.
Now, hold on. No, but this is the point. Who, before the CBN started this policy,
yes,
you saw how many times the CBN governor had to go consult with the president.
Yes.
And it's clearly stated in the CBN Act that when it comes to the issue of the currency, redesigning and what have you, the CBN does it in consultation with the president.
Absolutely.
And the argument that has been made by some other lawyers too, and that I buy, is that, look, the independence that you're talking about, the independence of the CBN has to do with its statutory function.
Right.
So the CBN is not an independent entity. Whether you like it or not, the CBN still take orders. It's a creation of the Constitution, and it's an agency of the federal government.
Yes.
And that is the reason why, before the CBN started this whole process of redesigning the currency, the CBN governor had to go seek audience with the president, get the president's approval. Don't also forget, when after the CBN governor had made the announcement, don't forget that at some point when the issue became very contentious and people were asking that the date should be shifted. Remember, the initial date was not February 10th.
Yes.
The CBN governor had to travel to Dara to meet with the president. It was only after the CBN governor got the approval of the president that he came out to announce that he was shifting. The governor was, that they were shifting. So this, as far as I'm concerned, and from what I have heard from other senior lawyers as well, the CBN is bound by this. And one of the reasons that I understand the CBN, if the governors had just taken the CBN to court, they would have been required to, for instance, to file the case to file the case before a federal high court, a federal institution. And even at that, I mean, you need to give a certain amount of notice now before filing that case. So we probably would not be here today. And the truth is that state governments actually have the powers and the rights to take up an issue now against the federal government before the Supreme Court, and that's what they have done. And I think the Supreme Court justices, for God's sake, I think we must accept the fact that, look, these men know the law. They are not stupid. They know the law better than we do. They know the law better than most of the lawyers who are speaking. This was a unanimous decision by the panel of 7 justices.
There are some people who will ask you that the Supreme Court's role is interpreting the Constitution. They are to interpret law, not make law.
Well, have they made it? The truth is, have they made any law?
But what law were they interpreting by telling the CBN to carry on distributing old notes? What law were they interpreting?
They said maintain status quo. Maintain status quo is allow what was before this issue came,
yes,
allow it to flow. So it's not as if, listen, it's not as if they made a law. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not in the best position to even speak on probably the functions and what the Supreme Court should have done and what it shouldn't have done.
Yes.
But I think the Supreme Court decision, as far as I'm concerned, was the right one.
Yes.
And the Supreme Court in this case, I mean, having looked at the hardship
yes,
that this policy has caused,
yes,
having looked at several other issues, it decided to give that injunction.
Yeah.
And what's wrong in waiting? What's wrong in waiting until February 22nd, when the Supreme Court would hear the matter and probably whether change or make? What's wrong in waiting? And can we deny, Dio, can we deny that Nigerians are not suffering as we speak?
No, we can't.
What is
deny
the
that.
essence of government?
Exactly. I think that's where the is going.
That's
with
the
this.
key thing.
I think that's what
What's
you're
the
saying,
essence of government?
Is that no matter what it takes, as long as it impacts the people, all three levels of government should find a way to create succor.
So what's the essence
for
of
the
government?
people. Absolutely. Thank you on that, Deji. Let's go. Yetunde, we're fast running out of time. So Yetunde, take us through the next story, which I think is still on the issue of this naira scarcity. We may have addressed some of it in what we've discussed before, but I'm particularly interested in the part where President Buhari is asking for patience and vowing to end the hardship. Over to you, Yetunde.
Yeah. Still on naira scarcity, pains worsen as naira scarcity continues across the country. President Buhari asks for patience, vows to end hardship. President Buhari has appealed to Nigerians to be patient as the government takes appropriate measures to ease the hardship being experienced from the naira scarcity. In a video message from Ethiopia, where he's currently attending an African Union summit, the president said, "I want to once again assure you that I am fully aware of the current hardship you are facing, as a result of some policies of the government which are meant to bring overall improvement to the country." The president also drummed up support for the presidential candidate of his party, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, saying, "He is reliable and I know he will build on our achievements." How do you see this, Dio? 2 weeks ago, the president promised to resolve the issue on naira scarcity. What's your take?
Interesting, yes. Deji, 2 weeks ago, we talked about it on this program that President Buhari asked us to give him 7 days to resolve the naira scarcity.
And what did he do?
And it's 14 days, 15 days, 16 days, and we're still going through the same rigor. So when I hear him yesterday in his video message saying, please be patient, give us some more time to sort this problem, I take it with a pinch of salt. How do you see it?
I take it with a pinch of salt as well. And, you know, is it not an irony that you're asking for patience to solve a problem that you created?
Yeah.
So this is not a problem that was thrown on us.
No.
This is a problem that was created by the president. And the president is now asking us for patience to solve the problem that he created.
Could it be that he didn't anticipate or foresee some of these issues?
How could he not have seen? How could he not have seen? How could he not have anticipated this? Wasn't this discussed at ESCO?
Maybe he didn't get the right advice.
No, but the truth is, the question, and I think that's a question we need to ask.
Yeah.
Was this actually discussed at the Executive Council meeting of the Federation? Was it discussed? What was discussed? Did the president, was the ESCO unanimous in their decision to say
about whether to do it or not?
Whether to do it or not?
Or how to do it?
Or how to do it? How could you not have anticipated that this was going to happen? I'm shocked that the president did not know before now that about 60% or more of Nigerians are unbanked. The president did not know before now that this country, that the economy of this country is basically run on cash. It's informal. Mm-hmm. The president is not aware that the majority of Nigerians live in rural areas. When the multidimensional poverty index came out the other day, it became very clear to everyone that the majority of Nigerians live in rural areas, and that is where poverty actually resides. So the president didn't have all of this information. Even his minders and all those who advised him didn't have this information. I can't understand. You know what I think? This is what happens when you let politics come in the way of what should have been a very fantastic policy. This is politics now, trumping monetary policy. And I sympathize with the CBN governor too,
He's just a pawn in a chess game.
Yeah, exactly. What could he have done anyway? But some people would say, look, if you're a man of principle and you know this is not right, what do? You can step aside. You can decide to resign. Dayo, what is the state of our economy even before this policy was rolled out?
Gasping for air on life support.
Honestly, and what is happening now? It's been destroyed.
Yes.
And you know, the irony of it all, nobody is putting a cost to this. Nobody is putting a cost now to the disruptions caused by this policy.
The devastation, yes.
It's a must. Go to local markets.
Monumental.
Try.
Yes.
Empty.
Yes, indeed. Everywhere.
I can't understand it. So when the president asks for patience to resolve this problem,
yes,
you get the impression it's a problem that was just thrust on us.
Yes.
He created the problem.
Yes.
He knows the solution. Yes. He should just do it.
But do you think ostensibly his reason for doing this is to sanitize politics? He wants to take cash out of the hands of those who could use cash to influence the elections. Is there a price, assuming you're looking in the long term and saying that is a good goal for Nigeria, if we take cash out of politics and we allow elections to be free and fair and the will of the people to prevail without the influence of money? So is there a price that is too high to pay to get to that point?
Now let's face the issue of this, the issue of vote buying. The question you want to ask is this how to fight vote buying? Is this the best way to fight vote buying? Do you punish everybody just because you want to deal with just a select few? How? Vote buying, is it a new thing in Nigeria? In Nigerian politics? Is it a new thing in politics across Africa? Do you address it in just 2 or 3 months? The answer is no.
Not in 2 or 3 months.
You can't even eliminate it.
No.
And then I think it is wrong to give off the impression that elections in this country, that the outcome of elections are determined by money. I disagree. I have covered elections in this country for a long time. For a long time. I've covered several elections.
But you must admit that money plays a role.
Yes, no doubt. Money plays a role everywhere. There's no doubt at all. Money plays a role. But we cannot say money actually determines the outcome of elections in this country. Because when we say that,
how many votes
can you buy? And then you are saying that Nigerians are incapable of choosing their leaders.
They don't have a mind of their own.
Yes, that they don't have a mind of their own. That the moment you dangle money at them, nothing matters. That is not true.
At least
the
not
president
for the majority.
was elected. Now, the president was elected in 2015.
Yes.
He defeated an incumbent.
Yes.
Was it money that bought him the election?
Not at all. There was money influence, probably.
Yeah, but yes, there was money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's the point. Was it money that also bought him re-election in 2019?
No, people
was
were
it
happy
money
with the
that
job
bought
he was
Jonathan the election of the election in 2011? So let's just. I think we're sending a wrong message to the world. Okay. We're telling the world that, look, you know what? Something about Nigerians. Nigerians, without money, Nigerians do not think straight. Without money, they cannot make the right decision.
Nothing could be further from the truth than that.
That's what we're doing. And you know the irony of it all? What we're doing now, will not stop vote buying. It will rather worsen it.
Yes, because people will sell their vote for cheaper now to get
a small amount of money.
People cannot
get access to the new notes.
Yes.
And then, I mean, imagine the POS operator who sells 10,000 naira for 4,000 naira. And then if you, as a voter, who probably hasn't eaten or has been struggling to get hold of this new notes, suddenly somebody appears and then gives you 2,000 naira on election day and say, look, you take. You would want to take it. So most of these people that they accuse of selling their votes would want to do that.
Yeah.
So what we have done is to worsen the problem of vote buying. It just doesn't make sense to me. So this is certainly not the way to fight vote buying. If people are why do you have the EFCC? Why do you have the security agencies? Why are we making excuses for them?
So it's not the policy you have the problem with, it's the way and the timing that is implemented.
Yes. Good to redesign the currency. I mean, we know that the CBN governor made it clear that look, we haven't redesigned this currency for how long now? For about 19 years, and that the policy is that I think maybe after 5 or 10 years, there should be a new note. So good, we're doing this, but how do you do this in just one fell swoop? Come, you ask people to come, bring their money. You call it Naira swap, that you want to swap their money. So the whole idea literally means bring and you take. But what